What's up and welcome back to another live unboxing with GizmoSlipTech. Today we're doing the Asus TUF F15, probably the new budget king of gaming laptops, at least whenever it's priced at $1149. Jesus, that is such a freaking good price. For an RTX 4070, a 100% sRGB display, at least according to rated by Asus, and an i7-12700H CPU, which is a pretty dang good CPU, though it is last generation. So that's one ways in which Asus managed to save some money on this laptop. Now, it comes with 16 gigs of RAM and a 1 TB SSD. That is just phenomenal value at $1149. Probably the best laptop that I've seen so far this year at $1149. For sure. Like, you get next gen frame generation support, you get a 4070 that's a higher TDP, you get a high quality build quality on this laptop. Just out of the gate, first impressions of using the laptop, setting it up, is just phenomenal. It's phenomenal. We've not done all the detailed testing on this yet though. So today we're going to dive into everything that you would possibly want to know about this laptop. So there are so many things we're going to be doing today and testing today. You can see we're gonna do a top deals. So we're gonna look at the top 5-6 deals right now. A whole bunch of new sales just went on sale this week, and because Amazon Prime Day or whatever, they did a bunch of sales, and so all the different competitors are dropping prices, and yeah, so then we're gonna look at how this thing stacks up against the competition, and yeah, and once we've checked how well this deal compares against the competition, maybe what your price point is, because maybe you want a QHD display. This has a full HD. There's some areas in which this is not as good as some of the very best laptops out there, right? But there's not that many compromises on this machine because it does have G-Sync. It has Advanced Optimus. I'm not sure about like a bunch of the other stuff, like how good's the speakers, you know. I haven't checked all the ports, but Asus usually does a good job on the ports. I'm really excited to check out this laptop. If you can't tell, I'm actually really excited because I think this is my #1 pick right now for the #1 best deal out right now, especially since you're getting a 4070 and a higher TDP 4070 in an Asus chassis, which is usually also a more premium chassis, and you're getting it at a very reasonable price. So, whew, I'm excited. Okay, so we're going to be, once we've done comparing this laptop and looking at all the top deals across the internet, we're going to unbox the laptop and check the power adapter. We're going to see what's in the box, see what's included in it. We're going to do a flex test and do a quality control test with the hinges. We're going to disassemble the laptop. We're going to check for upgradability when we take the bottom of the laptop chassis off. And we're going to look at, like, can you replace the SSDs? Is there an open SSD slot? Can you replace the RAM? We're going to check the webcam quality and if there's Windows Hello. I don't believe there's Windows Hello. I'm not even sure if there's a webcam on this, but I think there is one. We're going to test the keyboard and mouse. We're going to test the display's nits brightness, which is a very important stat. Now, Asus says it's rated for 100% sRGB, but we're going to find out today what we actually get with the Spider 5 Elite. We're going to check the contrast. We're going to check the speakers out with 3 different songs, and we're going to see how loud it gets with a decibel meter reading. We're going to check the fan noise and the different fan profiles, and we're going to see how loud the fans are. We're going to check Cinebench R23 and TimeSpy, which are 2 synthetic tests for testing out how powerful your laptop is. And of course, we're going to be checking the thermals and performance in 10 different games, including several esports games and AAA titles, some of the latest and most popular AAA titles. And then we're going to do a summary of everything at the very end. What did we discover about this laptop? So if you are time crunched, there will be timestamps, usually about a day after this live stream is done. And then you'll be able to skip around between all these different sections when the live stream is fully completed. Otherwise, I will try to answer as many questions as I can in chat during the live stream. Thank you so much to everyone that is joining us today. Please drop a like and consider subscribing if you're interested in gaming laptops and gaming technology in general. I see chat is filling up. Your PC Prime says, "Hey Gizmo, appreciate the review of the TUF series." Yeah, I've been wanting to do this one for a long time. Windows now requires webcams on laptops. Interesting. CJ says, "Wondering how this will compare to all the Ryzen models." That's a good question. Mustafa says, "Dude, love your videos. You helped me make up my mind. Just bought the Blade 18 2 days ago, and it's fantastic. You are a star." Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm enjoying my Blade 18. The only issue I have with it is the flickering issue that seems to still come back every now and then. But yeah, that goes away if you switch to dedicated GPU mode. But I'm helping Razer try to troubleshoot it to get rid of the flickering issue right now. So fingers crossed that'll go away. It might just be a software thing because the software that I have installed on my laptop, I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, we're ready to look at the top deals. So let's jump into my laptop list that I created with the help of my team. We manage this, we update this every single day to find the best deals across the entire internet on all of these different stores. We check Newegg, Best Buy, Adorama, Amazon, Walmart, Razer's website, Lenovo, BH Photo, and even more websites besides that. We check several international websites, including Canadian websites and European websites now, and we add those links on the list. And we're looking for the best deals. Now, we're not perfect, but we try to include and update the prices every day and move all of the very best deals into the top deals section. And this is a work in progress, but we've got Cinebench R23, either factual numbers here or estimated benchmark results based on what other laptops score that are in a similar laptop category. So Cinebench R23 is great for measuring your CPU performance. TimeSpy is great for measuring your GPU performance. And then we have these CPU and GPU performance per dollars, which basically gives you an idea of how much value you're getting in the CPU category as well as the GPU category for each laptop. And you can sort and filter this laptop list by prices. And there is the ability to pop this open and switch between the different images of each laptop. I look at the reviews under each laptop. And if I've made a video on that laptop, there will be a link to that at the end of the images. And I have now looked at, reviewed, I've gotten my hands on well over 70 laptops so far this year for gaming laptops, and actually unboxed and reviewed about 30 plus of them. I actually need to count them all up. I'm not sure exactly how many, but I've done a lot. So anyway, the best way you can support me as a content creator is, of course, subscribing, coming back to my content, and liking the videos. But another great way to support me, if you do end up finding this list helpful, you can use the affiliate links on the list. And they will help support me as long as you're using a browser that allows cookie tracking. But as always, I always try to put the viewer first, what you guys need and want above me personally. I'm always trying to be honest about my the products that I review, and that's like a huge focus for me, because the more helpful that I am as a reviewer, I think the more successful I will be as a reviewer. So that's my review ethos and philosophy, and I appreciate all of you here. Let's get into the top deals. So the Asus TUF F15 has an i7-12700H with an RTX 4070, which is a phenomenal value. 16 gigs of DDR4, 3200, so a little bit slower on the RAM speed, but I feel like that's a very good compromise considering that it comes with an RTX 4070. Now, the i7-12700H is a much better than some of even the newer CPUs, because the i7-12700H was basically one of the core flagship CPUs from last year, not like the cut down ones that are like 13500H or 12500H and all those, or the i5 CPUs. That said, some of the i5 CPUs are actually pretty good, like the HX i5s are actually pretty close to this. But let's continue on. So we got a 1 terabyte SSD, which is phenomenal value, again at the $1149 price point. Full HD, 144 hertz, 100% sRGB. And I want to point out, this is on sale temporarily. All right, this is going to be $13.99 ordinary pricing. It's been $13.99. This is the first time we've seen this laptop go on sale at $13.99. I thought this was still a pretty good deal because it's one of the cheapest RTX 4070s at $13.99. At $11.99, it's just, I mean, it's just phenomenal value. Now, it is currently unavailable to actually buy. It appears to be sold out. It was not sold out when I started the live stream earlier, or when I checked it earlier. It appears to be sold out, at least right now, but you can check your local Best Buys, because this is basically the online order. If you have a local Best Buy, you could potentially reserve it for pickup, or if it comes back into stock, you'll be able to order it then. And if this thing reviews well, We get decent thermals, decent performance, and the display is as good as I think it is. I still think at $13.99, it's probably one of the better deals out there for gaming laptops. And so $11.49 is just like, I'm like, this is an absolutely monster deal. But let's talk about some of the other ones, because there are some other deals out there right now that are still very attractive. One of them is the MSI Pulse 15. It comes with an i7 13620H, which is like a slightly cut down i7 processor. So this one has like, I believe, reduced core count. Let's see here. So it has 10 total cores with 6 performance cores and only 4 efficiency cores. So that gives it a total of 16 threads. And for example, the i7 12700H, if we search that up, you can see that it actually comes with 14 total cores, 6 performance cores, and 8 efficiency cores. So you're getting more performance with the TUF from a CPU perspective because of the additional cores. But the nice thing about the Pulse 15 is it's very portable and has a high quality QHD 165 Hz display that's actually a higher color gamut than the TUF. And this thing's only $11.49. So if you're after a higher quality display over, say, raw performance, then the Pulse 15 is very attractive. This is normally priced at, I believe, $14.99. So $11.49 for this one's an even bigger sale than the TUF. Though I think the TUF is the TUF's retail price is better than the Pulse 15's standard retail price. So I mean, it gets complicated with all the pricing. At $11.49, I think the Pulse 15 is just a phenomenal deal. The MSI Vector GP66. This has an i9 12900H, so it's a previous gen processor, and it, you really can't compare the i9 1200H with the new i9 13900HX because this one does not have nearly as many cores and threads. This one's only a 14-core, 20-thread part, so not that different, honestly, from the TUF F15 processor. But the big thing about the Vector GP66 is this has an RTX 4080 in it, a 1TB SSD, and a full HD 144 Hz, supposedly only rated at 45% NTSC, but we've actually got to find that out for ourselves and figure it out. This should be a 16:10 aspect ratio display, so it should not be the same crappy displays that's in MSI's cheapest laptops out there. This is basically the more budgeted version of the GE68. This one is currently the cheapest RTX 4080 that money can buy and provides a phenomenal bang for the buck, at least on paper. But I have yet to get it in for review, but I should have it in the mail this week, and we can do an unboxing review probably next week on the Vector GP68. The Acer Strix G18. This is another monster sale, $24.99. This has the top i9 13980HX CPU, goes to the maximum wattage, RTX 4080, so extremely powerful GPU, 16 gigs of DDR5, 1TB SSD, and a QHD 240Hz 500 nits display with very close to 100% Adobe and P3 color gamut. So extremely bright, very vibrant, high quality display on this, and it's 2100. So this is a nice step up from the Vector GP68, both in CPU performance and display quality. The Omen 17, this has a 4080 for $2189. I'm mentioning this one because this one is still a good deal, but it's not as good, I think, as the G18. If the G18 is still in stock, I would go for that because it is an 18-inch chassis, 18-inch display, 16:10 with the. It's got a better display. Almost everything's better about the Strix G18, but I think the G18 is probably going to sell out. The Acer Nitro 5. This one is one of the best deals under $1,000 at $899. Got an i5 12500H, RTX 4050, 16 gigs of RAM, DDR5, full HD 144 Hz, 70% sRGB. Now this one at $899 is quite attractive, and it's, I think, a nice staple price. It was $1,000. I did an unboxing review of this one. I don't think this one's, an amazing deal, but I think it's pretty dang good, and I don't believe this one's going to sell out very quickly. So if you're at a $900 price point for your budget, this one's a good option if you want to save some money and just play 1080p games. Okay, so that goes over all of the best like 5 or 6 deals right now, but there are a lot of deals over here on the list. So feel free to hop over to that during this live stream, look at it while we do this review of the laptop and browse around. You can set your budget over here and the price or whatever. And of course, you can ask me any questions in chat and I'll try to answer them as best I can. Now, yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the unboxing of the TUF F15. And let me also check in with chat and see how things are going. Okay. Speaking of the GP68, I'm surprised the GE68 in the same chassis got weaker hardware but better screen, while GP78 has the same hardware as the GE78. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, LSP, because the GE68 can't do the 4080, but the GP68 can. I don't know, that is very weird. Okay, Thunder One says, I bought the laptop a month prior for $13.99. This laptop's the only problem I had with it is that I had to lower the CPU wattage to 45 watts to reach good CPU temps and not reach 95 degrees Celsius. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how the thermals are. This is a fairly thin laptop, and if you can go to a high wattage, then yeah, I would expect the temps to potentially go fairly high on the CPU. Brandon says, wouldn't bother testing Warzone today. That new patch has completely killed performance, talking like 50% FPS drop compared to below previous patches, is what I think what you're saying. Interesting, Brandon. Yeah, I did update Warzone 2 today, so maybe it will be problematic. Thanks for the heads up, though. We'll try to take a look at that. What's up, Luis? Welcome to the stream. Okay. All right, so, and thanks for the like. So this is the TUF F15 box. You can see we got the logo here. We got the TUF logo here. And, you know, this is kind of their military-ish design, and supposedly has more robust build quality of the laptop, but we'll have to see. Budget tip for this budget tops. What? Thanks so much, Sander, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate the support, man. It really does mean a lot. Okay, so we got this kind of interesting design thing up here. I don't know. I think these are stickers. So if you want to pause it, you can take a closer look at those. But that is pretty interesting. I don't know. I wouldn't probably use them. I'm not a big sticker guy myself. But if you're a sticker guy and you want stickers, there's some stickers for you. And here's the laptop. It comes wrapped in a cloth. Voila. So again, we have the TUF logo right here. And this is a metal back, which is nice. Not all $1,150 laptops come with a metal back. I love that. I know it's $1,400 normally, so I guess it makes sense. But the TUF laptops usually come with a metal back, as far as I remember. Now, opening this up, we've got another cloth. And here is the laptop keyboard. You can see we do have an awesome layout for a 15-inch laptop. We got a number pad. We got separated arrow keys over here. We got extra function keys along the top. I really like the keyboard. We'll go into that more later. But you can see this is a 16:9 aspect ratio display. That's one of the ways in which Asus is able to provide this laptop at the excellent price that they are selling it for. And it has adaptive sync instead of G-Sync, I believe. Well, it says G-Sync over here, so I guess it is G-Sync certified. So it has both. Okay. So looking at the bottom of the laptop, this I feel like may not be enough ventilation, which may maybe cause a little bit of thermal issues, or potentially, I will bet you this laptop would really benefit from a laptop cooler. And if you have not seen my laptop cooler comparison video, check it out, because we did do some comparison with 4 different laptop coolers live on Livestream, and we saw noticeable performance gains and temperature drops, especially with the best cooler, the IITS GT500. So this laptop very well may benefit from a laptop cooler because of the limited intake for the ventilation. Some people, when they have a limited intake on the ventilation like this, actually drill extra holes in the bottom, like just like around the fan entrance where the intakes are. I'm not gonna do that on this review laptop, but that might help temperatures a little bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and review the ports. Well, we got the laptop out here. And I'm going to pull up the tech specs for the ports while we do this so I can make sure we get all of the little details correct. All right, so this is the Asus website. Can I go to I/O and ports? There we go. All right, so we'll start on this other side because it's very simple. We've got one USB 3.2 Gen 1 Type A on the right side over here. So that's this guy. And in addition, we have a Kensington lock port and a fan exhaust over here at the back of the laptop. And then on the very back of the laptop, we have two more fan exhausts, but no ports in the back, which some people will like that, some people won't. Almost all the ports on this laptop are stacked up on this right side over here. We've got a power port, an RJ45 Ethernet port, HDMI 2.1, Thunderbolt 4 with DisplayPort 1.4 support, so you can do high refresh rate, high resolution gaming output like the monitor behind me. And in addition, we have power delivery, 100 watts of power delivery support through that port as well. And USB-C 3.2 Gen 2 with power delivery and 1.4 support again. And then we have another USB 3.2 Gen 1 Type A, and then we have our headset adapter port. So we can plug in a lot of things into this laptop, and the port quality is excellent. Like some manufacturers this year put like USB 2.0s on their laptops, or like they didn't do a Thunderbolt 4 on the laptop or whatever because it costs a little bit extra. Asus went the extra mile and put higher quality ports, basically as high quality ports as you can. The main criticism I would have of this laptop is there are only 4 total USBs on here, so 2 USB-C types and 2 USB-A types, and I usually prefer to have 5. And then, of course, there's no full-size or mini SD card slots, which is another downside, or mini display ports. So it doesn't have the most ports out there, but the ports that are included are high quality, and unless you're a left-hander, the port layout is actually really good. Okay, so what else is included in the box? Let's continue our unboxing. Here is the power cable. All right, so this guy is almost 6 feet long, maybe just a hair shorter than 6 feet. And then our power adapter right here, fairly portable, not huge, but also it doesn't really need to be that high of a power output. 240 watts on the back of this. This is an Asus power adapter, 240 watts. And of course, if you're on the go, you could use a USB-C power adapter if you need to, as a supplemental power supply to keep your laptop running when it's low on juice, say in college or in class or at the office. And then, of course, ideally, you don't usually game on a USB-C power input. You probably could actually on the 4000 series, especially up to 4070. You can probably game pretty well on a USB-C input, but it's not going to be as good as the full power adapter because this thing can supply all the juice the laptop needs for its full levels of performance. Okay, what else is included in this box? We've got a lot of little pamphlets here in the middle. Let's take a look. All right, so we've got the Asus TUF user guide. And in here we have basically, you know, all of our little indicator lights, and tells you where the microphone and webcam are, the touchpad, the numeric keyboard layout. All means very basic. Pretty much all of you know all this information anyway. You probably don't want to look at it anyway, just to make sure you grasp everything. But make sure you plug in the power adapter to the laptop before you boot it on for the first time. And then looks like this thing repeats itself, probably in different languages. Yeah, pretty much nothing else in there is relevant. Congratulations on your Asus product. In the unlikely event that your computer requires warranty service, please contact Best Buy or Asus for support. So there's the number right there if you need to contact for support, which is, I believe, the Best Buy Geek Squad protection number. And so I guess you're going to go right through Best Buy support for fixing the laptop if you run into warranty issues. And of course, if you do buy this through Best Buy, which is the only place right now that you can buy it from that I know of, they usually have an excellent return policy if you need to take it back. So that's always very nice. I've had to return a lot of products to Best Buy and never had a problem so far. I've gotten a few weird looks before, but other than that, never had a problem. All right, charge your notebook PC. Blah blah blah. Plug it in. Okay, we don't need to go over that. Safety precautions for your notebook. Yeah, so they have some basic stuff about like not removing the battery. There is a warranty card here. Ideally, you don't even need to fill this out and send this in. You can just register online with My Asus, and that'll register your product to your email. So yeah, you don't really have to deal with that registration pamphlet at all. But that's everything that's in the box. So let me go ahead and just put the box back together. And I suppose we could start off by just taking this bad boy apart. Yeah, what do you think? Checking chat. Can confirm you need a cooler with this laptop. LOL, says Thunder One. Is it possible for me to review the Alienware X16? I would love to. Hopefully before the fall, I'll try to get an Alienware X16 if I can. John Wigg, hey Gizmo, love your channel and your videos. Thanks, John. Matt says, I know this is off topic, but with the Legion Pro 7i being on sale, would you recommend the 4080 or 4090? I want something that will last a little bit into the future. The 4090 will last longer into the future because it has 16 gigs of VRAM versus 12 gigs of VRAM, and several of the games that came out this year, even at QHD resolution, needed more than 12 gigs of VRAM. So I would recommend the 4090 if you can swing the extra $500, $600. But you can get great performance with the 4080. You're just gonna have to turn textures down a little bit in certain titles like Last of Us. So yeah. I thought TUF stood for rugged. Yeah, it pretty much is rugged, yeah. Maybe you could run an RV over this one. So he's referring to my MSI GT73 VR, which was like a $5,000 laptop that a friend of mine left in my backpack on the ground outside my RV, and we drove over it and it on accident, and it crushed it. So it's amazingly the laptop still worked, but you had to plug in an external display because the display was busted. Duke says, the biggest issue I have with the F15 is the power port is too close to the network port. Oh, interesting. If the power adapter had a straight connector, it would have been better. That's probably true. I could see that. You'd have to make sure the power adapter is flipped one way away from the network port. What he's talking about is right here. Because if you want the cable going forward, then it's going to go over that network port and cause some, it's going to basically make the network port unusable unless you flip the power adapter to go backwards. So good observation. Is this model available internationally, like in India? I'm not sure if it is now. It probably will be at some point. I'm guessing there's a limited supply of these because this is going to be Asus's probably most popular laptop this year, probably, if I were to guess. One of their most popular, if not the most popular, because it's like the best bang for the buck Asus laptop as far as I can tell, all right? I think it's pretty close to the best, at least when it's on sale for $1149. It is right now, but yeah, anyway. All right, so let's go ahead and take the bottom of this laptop off. I'm going to grab the tools down here. Okay. And I'm just going to plug the laptop adapter in while I'm at it down here. All right. Very good. Okay, so let's see what you need to open this guy up. It looks like you're just going to need a fairly basic small Phillips head to open this guy up. Looks pretty easy. I'm not sure if you can see it, but I'm just using not even that small of a Phillips head for this. And yeah, so let's go ahead and just see if that works well. It does. And I am using, there's a link in the description to the unboxing kit that I'm using. It has all the tools you need for unboxing and taking apart all these laptops. And it's probably the best kit you can buy. But it is a little bit more expensive than a more basic kit. You can feel free to shop around for better prices if you want, but if you want the best kit, it's probably the one linked in the description. So this one is really nice because it has a, this thing rotates, so you can easily rotate it, and it's magnetic, and there's basically every type of possible every type of possible head you're gonna ever need to open any kind of electronic, pretty much. So this is a pop-up screw. It's not coming out. So pop-up screws, a pop-up screw is a screw that is designed to stay in the bottom of the laptop. And when you unscrew it, it actually separates the bottom of the laptop chassis from the main body. So that way it's easier to take the laptop apart. And Asus has been doing pop-up screws in their laptops for a couple of years now. And I really like the pop-up screw, because you know, I take a lot of laptops apart, and having a pop-up screw definitely makes it easier to take every laptop apart pretty much that has one. So okay, so looks like I have one more screw to take out, and it does look like there are a couple of different sizes of screw. Yeah. Like the ones in the middle here are a little bit longer than the ones on the side. So you're going to want to keep your screws separated, okay? So 2 longs right here, and then the ones on the side are a little bit shorter. If you get them mixed up, you can use that kind of as a rough guide. Okay. Let's go into taking this guy apart. All right, so let's grab this guy. So I usually try to hold the laptop in my lap when I take these things apart. Into the AM, there's a link in the description if you want to get some awesome t-shirts. They have really cool designs and great basic t-shirts. Honestly, their shirt designs are just as good as the quality of the cut of their t-shirts. I highly recommend them. I really enjoy them. Anyway, link in the description for 10% off, and if you use the link, it does help support me as a content creator. So it's very cool. Interesting. All right, so this is coming up nicely. This part is not separating quite as well as I'd like. Come on. There we go. All right, so we got the bottom and side taken off now. Let's go move around to the back. This back is going to be a little bit tricky. I think I'm going to use this pry tool here to kind of get in here and get a little bit more leverage. There we go. Than what just the guitar pick one would be able to give me. All right, so we got the back popped out. Let's move along the front. And I'm starting at the front corner instead of the back, because the back, I don't know, the back has a weird transition that makes it difficult. Okay. And now that I see it, there is a screw right here behind the orange plastic thing, so you're going to need to take that out as well. I did not notice that screw. So, and you're going to want to make sure you keep that one separated. It is shorter. That is a shorter screw there in the middle. So in the end, you have 4 long screws total. All right, so the bottom is completely removable now. So let's go ahead and switch this over to here. All right, and there goes the bottom. Let's check out the internals and see what the cooling system's like and what the upgradability is like and all of that. Here we go. All right, so get the camera positioned correctly. All right. Well, these are two beefy speakers already here on the right and left sides. You can see those are, just looking at them, I can see they're bigger than average speakers. So I'm hoping that these speakers are going to be above average. Just initial physical impressions. A 90 watt hour battery. That's a very good value. Almost every laptop around the $1,100 price point comes with like a 60 to maybe 80 watt hour range, with the average probably being 70 watt hours. So getting a 90 watt hour battery means you're probably going to get really good battery life on this laptop. And because it comes with Advanced Optimus, you can switch. You can switch between integrated and dedicated GPUs just on the fly without having to restart for better battery life. So that's really nice. Okay, so we have this black plastic shroud. I'm not sure if I'm going to need to take it off. I think I will in order to show you guys what's going on underneath here. It's kind of glued on though. It's just kind of sticky adhesive glue though, so it's nothing too serious, as far as I can tell. Okay, let's see here. So this, yeah, you want to separate that there. And you want to keep all of these aluminum foil-looking things attached to the products that they're attached to, I would guess. Okay, so taking a look here, let's see what we got going on. We've got one SSD slot right here. We've got a second SSD slot right here. So a completely open 2280 SSD slot that looks like it would support dual-sided SSDs, which is great. So if you have another SSD you want to pop into this laptop right away, it's easy to upgrade. I love that. Now, I'm not going to worry about unplugging the battery today. We're just going to pop this open. I have PTSD from forgetting to replace the battery in the last live stream. Or replug the battery in. This memory, interesting. It is kind of attached right there, so I had to use this plastic guitar pick to get this to come up. This aluminum foil probably helps dissipate some heat, I'm guessing. And now we've got another shroud over the memory again. See if we can get down to seeing what brand of memory this is. Looks like we probably want to start on the other side. I primarily want, we already know it's DDR4 3200. I just mainly want to see the brand if we can see it. And the label for the brand is stuck to this. Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, so it is some strong glue. That's what it is. Okay. It's a Samsung. And let's see if we can put this back on the memory itself. I do recommend unplugging the battery from your laptop if you're going to take the RAM or SSDs out. Okay, so we got the label back on there. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Come on, camera, focus. All right, so we got a Samsung made in the Philippines, 8 gig 1RX8, which is faster memory, which I like that. DDR4 3200. All right, so it is a double-sided memory that should provide a bit above average memory performance. I'd like to see that. I'm just going to go ahead and replace our one of 4 covers on this RAM. There we go. And now we'll pop it back into the slots here. So there we go. And we'll put our other cover back on there. But that is faster than average RAM. That should give us very good performance in memory-sensitive games. All right. Excellent. Now, a quick examination of the thermal system. Let's go ahead and take a look at our thermals. We've got two large heat pipes. I guess one really large heat pipe and one smaller heat pipe, like a medium heat pipe, going between the two rear exhausts. Then we've got a third heat pipe that comes down and snakes down into the CPU VRMs, and then we have the GPU VRMs covered of this heat pipe. And then we've got a dedicated heat pipe to this exhaust for the CPU and a dedicated heat pipe for this exhaust for the GPU. I'm not sure which one is which. I think usually the bigger one is the GPU, but it's kind of hard to tell right off the top here. So, because they're both about the same die size. But if I were to guess, this is probably the CPU, this is probably the GPU, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. They both have about the same amount of priority cooling because they both have a dedicated heat pipe as well as two shared heat pipes and VRM dedicated coverage. So it's basically about the same amount of cooling for the GPU and CPU in this laptop. And that's a pretty good heat pipe system if you're going to have a heat pipe in your laptop for a cooling setup. Though I would say, in general, I do prefer vapor chamber coolers if you can get them, right? But not all laptops are going to have that as an option. Honestly, I think this is a very good thermal cooling setup. We'll have to see how it actually performs in games, though. I'm thinking because of the air intakes, this is likely going to run maybe on the warmer side, but I don't think the GPU will thermally throttle most likely. If anything, I'm guessing the CPU will likely thermally throttle, especially in really tough to run games like Dead Space. So we're gonna go ahead and get this thing popped back in. LSP says the left is the GPU. Okay, interesting. Is this the 2022 chassis? No, this is the 2023 version. Dun. Duke says warranty voided. Yeah. Taking apart your laptop does not void your warranty. Very important to know that. The only thing that will void your warranty is if you actually damage the system yourself. You know, you cause damage, and that only voids the warranty on the piece that you damaged. It doesn't void the warranty on the rest of the laptop. So if you damage the display, but then the CPU or GPU fail on you or something, it's fine. You can still get your coverage on the CPU and GPU. So, or if you replace the RAM and then some other piece like the GPU or CPU fail, you can still get your warranty coverage. So don't let a company screw you out of your warranty coverage in that scenario. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the bottom put back together. Overall, I'm pretty impressed with the internals. You got a decent amount of upgradability. You got good parts included. You have a free SSD slot open. That makes it nice for... it'll make it nice if you want to add another SSD for more storage. Removing the bottom isn't too bad, but because you have the pop-up screw, it is a tight chassis to pop apart. But aside from that, I think the internal chassis is well designed with with enough sufficient everything to make almost everyone happy. Like, you know what I mean? We may have last gen processor, but you got the next gen CPU here, so that's all right. Okay, so notice that I did put in the pop-up screw first. I do recommend that you screw the pop-up screw in for the first screw because when you're undoing it, I usually recommend to have your pop-up screw be be the last one you unscrew if possible, because it pulls the chassis up. And if their other screws are still in there, you're kind of fighting the pop-up screw a little bit. So, RAM sticker warranty voided. Oh, okay. Okay, so, boom. There it is. There is the laptop itself. This does have a little bit of bend to it, but it does feel premium because it is metal. Let's go ahead and do our flex test going around the laptop chassis. This is pretty dang firm. I'm pressing down really hard, not much bend, just a little bit of bending. In the middle here is usually the weakest, and this is honestly stronger than most laptops. Going along the front here, a little bit more flex right here in the front of the touchpad. Corner over here, almost no flex at all, where you put your wrist rest. Going up, very minimal flex, no flex at all in the top up here. Top middle, there is some flex. Top right, no flex again. Almost no flex at all going along the sides there. I do like that. And if I briefly touch every single keyboard key, you can feel for any keys that are out of place or not functioning correctly. I would recommend doing this anytime you buy a new laptop. Make sure they're all pressing successfully and popping back up and there's nothing loose. All right, I think we're good to go on that front. And now we're ready to turn the sucker back on. Dun to dun. Let's go ahead and see if we have any startup noise or anything like that. Okay, so it kind of did a little animation by the whole keyboard going white. And notice right away, we do have a multi-single zone keyboard. So it's not just a yellow keyboard. I had thought that it was just a yellow keyboard, but it is a multi-zone, multi-color keyboard. Well, not multi-zone, single zone, multicolor. So, but if it was me, I would just keep it to white all the time, or maybe blue or something. I don't know. I find this color change to be a little, not to my taste, I guess. But that's to each their own, you know? Like, maybe you like that, and that's totally fine. You know, if you're a fan of that, that's no big deal. All right, so... Okay. Well... we'll find out if we can even do our screen test, because it does not appear that the laptop display is changing brightnesses. I'm trying to change the brightness right here, because right now I know it's not maximum brightness, because while I was making the thumbnail for this video, I turned the brightness down a little bit so it had better exposure. And you can see I'm moving it up and down, and the laptop brightness is not changing. So... Asus, what is going on with your brightness? We had the same problem on the Strix G16. And now we've got it on the TUF. I don't know why. It was working earlier today, because I did change the brightness earlier today, no problem. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think maybe it's because of GPU Ultimate Mode. Maybe. Oh. Interesting. So it wants me to update the BIOS. I had done all of the Windows updates on this laptop, but we can do a quick BIOS update. Let's see if this bricks the machine. We had some bad luck with MSI laptops. Oh, yeah, we should turn off BitLocker. But if we turn off BitLocker, that's going to take a while. Okay, we're just going to do... We'll turn off BitLocker for now. And we can do some other stuff on the device while it's disabling it. All right. So, cool. Oop. All right. So right now it's saying BIOS version 3.15 or higher is required for the vBIOS update. You can use Windows Update, Software Update, or My Asus to download the BIOS update. And the reason why we're doing BitLocker decryption is that when you update the BIOS, sometimes Windows won't recognize that it's the same laptop anymore, and it'll require you to basically put in your Windows username and password into a website, and then you get an encryption key code that you have to type into here, and I don't want to have to deal with that on live stream if possible. I've had to deal with it before several times when doing BIOS updates. It's not fun. Okay, so very nice. That's gonna have to take place. Yeah, so this is still nothing's working on the brightness display. We can do our speaker test. We can probably do our fan noise test. Well, BitLocker's going. We can't really do the display test. Well, we can do the color gamut test, I guess, but it's not going to be the full brightness of the display. But maybe the vBIOS update is going to fix that. We'll find out. Either way, we should be able to do our speaker test. No problem while we wait. So, Dolby access. All right, so we're gonna load up our. This is the software you can use to change your audio settings. It's called Dolby Access, and generally I use dynamic. Most Asus laptops I use dynamic. It works pretty well usually. All right, so we're ready to do our speaker test, and we can do our webcam test as well. So music. You know, we haven't really talked about the keyboard and touchpad yet either, but we're already starting the speaker test, so let's finish that out. So we got to make sure we do everything on the to-do list for today. All right, so there we are. We've got the front of the laptop touching the front foot of the decibel meter. So it's in the same position every time we do this test. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and close the door for this speaker test. And we'll get our base decibel reading here right now. (43.2, 43.3 for our lows. Let's go ahead and go into Peter Spacey Roar. Also, I'm going to make sure the volume is turned up all the way. And let me try for you guys as well a few different music profiles from Dolby Access with Peter Spacey Roar playing. Okay, so Peter Spacey Roar is a very bassy heavy song, and so we're looking for a clear bass, and that hopefully the mids and highs don't get all muddled from the extreme bass. Let's go ahead and do our first song. I believe we're going to just do everything in dynamic mode. That's probably the best option. Let's go ahead and get this started, I'm gonna plug in my mouse here while we have a chance. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Peter Spacey Roar. Okay, yeah, the bass is not amazing. It's not that punchy, I think, but the actual mids and highs were not too bad. The overall volume, not that loud. Let's see, how loud did it get? Let's see. Mainly around like 82, 83 decibels, and some of the louder laptops are getting like, 85, 87 decibels, so it depends. But yeah, so not quite as loud as some of the other laptops, and I would say it's not as punchy on the bass end. Let's go to Faded Aeon Half-Life. I would say the speakers handle that song much better. It's less bassy. I think the bassiness of the first song really just like washes out the mids and highs a lot more. So that song was much better. You get a little bit of thump from the bass. Bass is still not a great, but the mids and highs come through pretty clearly. Not a super premium sound system. Let's go to Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like. So, yeah, these speakers are very similar in the same ballpark vein, at least as the Strix G16, but I would say a little bit worse, like a little bit more budgety than those. I don't think it's the same one because it feels like these ones are not quite as good on the bass. They're a little bit more budgety, but the mids and highs are pretty similar. The HP Omen was better. I would agree. I think the Omen 16 had a little better speakers. Yeah. How is the performance compared to the 9990 Nitro 5 with 3070 Ti? We'll have to find out. The 3070 Ti is likely going to be in the same ballpark of raw performance, but the 4070 in this laptop is going to have frame generation support. That's probably the biggest difference. And then obviously different displays, different processors as well. So, okay. But yeah, the speakers on this, decent. I would give them like 7.8, 7.7, somewhere in that ballpark, I think. Maybe a hair lower, 7.6. I don't know. It's right around that range. It's certainly not a super high-end premium sound system. They're basically right around the average, maybe just slightly above average compared to even more cheaper systems. Okay, so let's move on to, let's evaluate the keyboard and trackpad in detail. All right, so that'll be our next step. And if you're just hopping on the live stream, we're going to go through all of these. So if you want to pause it and look at those, we've already done all of this. We're on this point here, but we did skip down to the speaker test. We did that, but we're on, we'll check webcam quality, test keyboard, mouse. And then we're going to test the display if we can. The brightness is not working right now for some reason. Okay, so this laptop has a way above average touchpad for this price point. I would say this touchpad is, it's a glass touchpad, first of all. Okay, that's huge. This thing is so smooth. It glides really well. It's large enough for multi-finger gestures. If you want to do 3 fingers or 4-finger gestures, it's no problem. It's easy to do them. And it's just really smooth. The click is a little bit mushy, and the right side's a little bit easier to press down than the left side, but at least than the middle. Overall, really like the touchpad. Much better touchpad than the other budget systems I've been reviewing lately that use plastic touchpads. So love that it's a glass touchpad. Okay, moving on to the keyboard. Let's talk keyboard. All right. So the keyboard here has a lot of extra functionality baked into it. So if you press FN plus Aura, you can change the keyboard mode. So color cycle is the default. Static is just red. But you can change the static color to something else. It doesn't have to be red. But just out of the box, that's what it is. We'll do color cycle for right now. And then let's go ahead and look at all of the different keys on the keyboard itself. So the Control and FN key. The FN key, of course, lets you use the secondary functions on the F1 through 12, which are mute, keyboard brightness down and up, aura. I guess I should probably zoom in a little bit more over here so you can see these a little better. So keyboard brightness up and down, mute over here on the left. Aura lets you change, of course, the colors of the keyboard. This is your fan profile button. You press FN plus F5. That'll change your fan profile between performance, silent, turbo. This is the snipping tool button, brightness up and down buttons, which are not working right now. And then over here on the right half, we have our display button on the F9, turn off touchpad button, put the Windows laptop to sleep, airplane mode to disable Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Then we have a delete key, pause, break, system, print screen, home and end button. And then we have our number pad. I don't like that the home and end button are the same key press, but thankfully we do have home and end here on the arrow keys, which makes it easy for us to jump around when we're doing with a Word document or whatever, page up, page down. And then, of course, we have FN plus the Enter key to pull up the calculator, and a fairly full size, fully featured number pad, which I like the number pad on this. I've used it several times when setting up the laptop, and it makes it really easy to log into your laptop with a PIN. So if you use like a 4 or 6 digit PIN, you just go and you're in. Every time you sit down at a laptop, turn it on or whatever, and it's really easy. And then the extra function keys that we have here along the top: volume up and down, mic, mute, and Armory crate button. You press this button and it's going to launch the Armory crate application, which you use to control the laptop. Overall, the WASD keys are extra backlit with the translucentness. I think that looks pretty good in this implementation. And the keyboard itself feels smooth. It's got nice keyboard action. The keys are softer. It's not a very tactile, mechanical feel to them. But I think the keyboard has excellent feel overall, and I like it a lot. The caps lock also has a backup light, backlit light here, so you can tell when it's enabled. And the keyboard backlight itself is pretty good. If I turn these off and we zoom in, the keyboard backlight for some reason is higher quality across the whole key than the Strix G16 series, which suffers from the different parts of the key really not being lit up very well. And some of that is still evident, like the F3, like the number 3, the bottom half of the number 3 there is not lit up very well. The F4, the number 4 there, bottom half of that is not lit up very well. So it's not quite as bad as the Strix G16 in terms of all those little details being lit up, but it's pretty close. It's a minor thing, a minor con to this laptop to consider. I did like the Omen 16 backlight in terms of quality a little bit more, but the keyboard layout on this one is far superior to the Omen, because this has a number pad, and the extra functionality keys that this has going for it are awesome, and they work really well. Okay, so, and you can see when I turn the lights on here, it's still very easy to see the keyboard backlight, even with all the lights enabled. So the brightness on the keyboard backlight is very good, better than average. Okay. Cool beans. There's the keyboard and touchpad. Let's check the camera quality. Duke says I always hit F12 when I want to hit delete. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the delete key is spaced one extra over from the backspace. You'll have to get used to that if you're using this laptop. I'll zoom in, show you what he's talking about. Like right here, the F12 is moved over. Like basically, usually the delete key is directly above the backspace key. So you might end up basically pressing F12 instead of delete a lot until you get used to that. Which gaming laptop has similar sound quality to the Razer Blade series? I would say the next closest audio quality wise, probably like the MSI series, like the GE78 and GT77 are pretty close to the Razer, a little bit behind. The Scar 16 and 18 both have pretty good speakers. The Zephyrus lineup have pretty decent speakers. Like those laptops usually have either 4 or 6 laptop speakers systems with some dedicated subwoofers. But the Razer speakers are just better quality still. Like they have better clarity and a little better bass. Okay. Yeah. All right. If someone says that the num lock key should have had an indicator light, whether it's on or not, that's true. Jeff Enid says, I would like to know which is better, CPU R9 7940HS or the i7 13700H. They're going to be in the same ballpark of performance. Depending on the task, it's going to vary quite a bit. If I was picking between those two CPUs, I would probably go Ryzen if it was everything else was the same because of the better battery life. Colt says, I found the noise levels of this laptop exceptional for my pro audio work. The overall noise quality, even in turbo, is good. Okay, interesting. All right, so let's look at the webcam, all right? So let's see what the webcam quality is like. Yeah, not amazing. I would say one of the lower quality webcams, like my hair on my beard, for example, is very fuzzy even when I'm looking at it here. It appears to be a lower resolution, and it's fairly noisy. Okay, let's see what the image quality looks like in post. Yeah, you can see it's not very high detail on the face there. I would say it's going to get the job done. You can talk to grandma or your dad or family or whatever, but it's not going to be a really high quality webcam. If you're looking for like something very professional or higher quality in general for the webcam quality, but it'll get the job done. if you just need to occasionally use it. Okay. So let me see if our encryption is done or not. It looks like the encryption is successfully disabled. Let's go ahead and go to our documents and do our BIOS update if we can. All right, it did not give us a warning about the BitLocker. That's good. We'll go ahead and restart and let that BIOS update start its work. Fingers crossed. Let's not brick this system. Okay, does it have Windows Hello? Martin, it does not have Windows Hello, I'm pretty sure. Colt says, Brandon, the noise we hear comes from the TUF or something else. Yeah, I have a external fan right now blowing into the room because I have an enclosed like studio room here that can heat up over time because of the lights and the computers and all that. So I have a fan blowing in. When we actually, that's why I close the door when we do a test. That way, that way that fan noise doesn't bother us. I can turn the fan noise down a little bit. There. Well, I dropped the remote, but that's okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, now you're going to have a little bit less fan noise in the background. We do not have, like, the TUF is not making any fan noise right now. My Blade 18 is making just a little bit of fan noise right now. Okay. Is the, wait, did the BIOS update happen that fast? I was distracted for a minute talking about the fan. Did it? Are we on BIOS 3.15 now? Let's check. No, it says 307. So, not sure what's going on there. It says that we're on, we don't have any Windows updates. We got to download or anything. What's going on? We'll try to restart it one more time to see if the BIOS update will take. I'm going to pay a little more attention this time. So there's when it would start doing the BIOS update, if it's going to do it. It did not do it. This has 3 times NVMe slots, right? Nope. Yeah, I think it only has 2. What do I think about Asus after-sale services? I think they have room to grow. I think they are not perfect, and they're probably just about average in terms of their after-sales. But at least with this laptop, you can go through Best Buy directly for warranty support and coverage. So if you have to have it worked on, hopefully you can just drop it off at a Best Buy to get it worked on. I usually have had good experiences with doing that, but sometimes not, so it just depends. Maybe there's an updater inside the BIOS. Not sure what's going on with that. I might need to try to set up my Asus, because I know my Asus does an updater as well. Let me get logged into my Asus real quick. I believe we're logged in now. All right, so let's go to the user center. Not sure where is the update. Device needs to be updated. VBIOS upgrade utility. BIOS update for Windows. Type 1, after system reboot, you may see an updating BIOS screen similar to the one shown above. Confirm. They're updating my Asus right now. See, the thing is, we just downloaded the file that we already just downloaded, so I don't think it's any different, you know, like we got this VBIOS upgrade. I would really like to be able to get that. I'll put it into pictures. This is the VBIOS upgrade. This is the same thing we just did. Please restart the computer now. Okay. Checking chat in case someone in chat knows what's going on. How do you find the noise of this laptop overall? Is it... Because for me, the laptop is very silent under normal loads. It only gets loud when I turbo and start gaming. Yeah, when you switch to turbo mode and start gaming, it should get loud. I wonder if we need to force it to go into the BIOS here. We'll try going into the BIOS on our own and see if it'll update. We could also try extracting maybe that BIOS update file to a flash drive. Let me grab a flash drive real quick. All right. So it did not apply the BIOS update. So troubleshooting 101. Let's try to figure this out if we can. If we can't figure it out, we might have to do some testing without the BIOS update, which is not ideal. Definitely not ideal if we have to do that. But all right, so we're going to go ahead and we'll try. We're going to pop in a flash drive. Let's do this update utility. Well, let's hit extract now instead. And we're going to extract it to our flash drive in case we need to put it on the flash drive. All right. We've extracted it to the flash drive. Let's see. Here it is now. So that is the BIOS update file right there. Let's go ahead and shut down the laptop, and we'll try going into the BIOS and see if we can make this happen. Do you think the Alienware M16 is a good buy on sale right now? How were the temps on that laptop? Temps were not very great for the CPU. The GPU temp was great. CPU temps just depended on the workload. Fans were very loud on that laptop, and the software kind of sucked. Maybe the software's gotten better, but Alienware really dropped the ball on the software front of things, side of things. So Okay, I'm gonna press F2 and delete. I'm not sure which key goes into the BIOS. It might be F12 or F11 too. Okay, so we got into the BIOS with either F2 or delete. Usually it's one of those two. All right, so you can see that we have BIOS version 307 up here in the top left. And so the Asus advanced mode is F7. So I'm going to tap F7. And let's see if we can figure out the buttons to update. Boot, security. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, there should probably be an option for updating the BIOS. So you're getting a nice preview of the BIOS here. There's a lot of different options in here, including disabling the P cores or E cores, which might be interesting to play around with. USB and graphics configurations. Usually you probably don't need to mess with these things because you can do almost all of those things without Asus Easy Flash Utility. I'm not sure if this is the right one to do or not. Right here, it's showing the BIOS version 307. Oh, okay. Let's see here. It's kind of hard to control this. How do I go back? Okay, so enter is select or load. Up or down. Page up, page down is to switch pages. Very confusing interface. We'll leave that. We'll go back into it. I can also click on it. Okay, so this is the directory. That's where the BIOS file is located. And then the file, I believe, is this one right here. The FX507Z14315. You want to use this file? Yes. Let's find out if we brick the system. Here we go. Do you really want to update the BIOS? BIOS information, version 315. Do not shut down or remove external power from your computer during the process. Yes, BIOS upgrade is processing. Yes, we figured it out. Even though hopefully this doesn't cause any problems. Even though the Asus update utility was not working how it was supposed to. It was supposed to just automatically happen. So I hope there's Advanced Optimus as well. There is Advanced Optimus with this laptop, right? That's pretty amazing. For the price of $1149, it is just mind-blowing, all the different features this thing's got baked into it. Okay. I'm planning on upgrading my 2021 TUF F15 in the future, so I really hope they made a great job on this one. Yeah, we'll have to see. Everything seems to be pretty dang impressive so far, except for the brightness up and down changing buttons not working. Stardom Plays says, would you recommend reinstating the warranty on a device after it ran out, even if the device has given me no issues during the year I've owned it? Totally up to you. Most of the issues you're going to get with a gaming laptop are going to happen in the first few months of using it. You're going to notice, like, probably the most common things are going to be like display pixels going bad, thermals not being very good, or keyboard keys breaking or whatever, little minor things like that. Those are the most common issues you'll have with a gaming laptop. And The most people probably are not going to have many problems. That's the reality of it. But there are people that are going to have like a lot of problems. So it's just going to depend. I personally would not invest extra money in an extended warranty unless it's really, really inexpensive to add it on and the laptop itself is very expensive or whatever. So if it's like $50 more to take the warranty from 1 year to 3 years, yeah, that's going to be worth it. If it's like $300 more, probably not worth it unless it's like a $4,000 laptop or at least $3,000 laptop. You know, like it depends on how much the laptop is, if you need to replace it or whatever. But it's better, I think, to save your money and then buy a new laptop if you happen to have a problem 2 or 3 years from then. Yeah, that's usually what I would say. But yeah, it just depends. Stardom Play says, thanks for the advice. Yeah, it's getting, I don't want to give you bad advice, but you're kind of playing the lottery no matter what you do. Because, you know, if you buy the warranty and then you don't have any problems, then you're like, well, I just spent $200 on a warranty that's useless. Like I got an extended warranty on the Legion 7i that I had, and I never had to use the warranty to fix anything. So wasted money. You know, it was like $150 to get like a 3-year warranty, but didn't have to use it. So, and now I'm selling that laptop. Which now the warranty does make the laptop have a little bit better resale value though. So that's nice. Checking to see if I missed any questions in chat. Scrolling up. I'm not seeing anything that I missed. With that facial expression, enough said, LOL. Yeah. That was talking about the webcam picture a little bit ago. Colt says, that's my baby you got there, Brandon, with a 4060 and i7 13700H. 1,700 euros in Greece. Wow, that is a lot more than this 4070 version in the United States, though this is obviously very nice for the money because it's on sale right now. Fluke says, is it necessary to future-proof a laptop with Zen 4 and a 4000 series GPU? That's kind of a confusing way to word that question, Fluke. I would say there are a lot of other options besides Zen 4 and 4000 series GPUs. And there are many good deals on RTX 3000 series laptops. And honestly, even an RTX 2000 series laptop can still play most games on high or ultra settings at 1080p. So yeah, it's just going to depend on what you want, what resolution you want to play the games at, and how high of an FPS you really, really need. We're almost done with the BIOS update. It's taken about, like 2 or 3 minutes so far. Am I ever going to do an unboxing of the Acer Predator Helios 18? So probably update successful. The system's going to restart, it said, and then it restarted automatically. So that's good. So if you need to do a BIOS update, use a flash drive. Predator Helios 18, I would love to do a review on it. It's just a matter of getting my hands on it. I plan to hopefully do a review on it before the end of the year. That's my goal. My new Legion has a 3 years premium warranty. Hope I don't have to use it as often as the Dell laptops. To be fair, I am running Alienware tier load on an Inspiron that will cause problems. Gotcha. Kenneth says, this is the only Asus that is worth buying. No, there's a lot of good Asus laptops out there that are worth buying. There's high-end Asus laptops. There's mid-tier Asus laptops. I talked about another one that's worth buying. The Asus Strix G18 today is $400 off, $2,100 for an RTX 4080, an i9 13980HX, and a QHD 500 nits brightness 240 hertz display. That thing is awesome. So go check out my top deals that I went over today. But yeah, I love the SCAR 16 and 18. The Strix G16 and G18 are both pretty good, but the G18 I think is a little better. In terms of best value Asus laptop, This one's probably the best value, I'm thinking right now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get my pin in here. Interesting. Right now, I'm clicking and nothing is going on with Windows. Like it's supposed to go up and then you type in the PIN or password or whatever and nothing's happening. But I can move my mouse, which is interesting. I'm having a Legion 7 Gen 6 and noticing the battery is at 39 degrees Celsius right now, typically between 35. Is this concerning? I'm not sure, Frosty 7, what temperature the battery should be at. It doesn't seem that hot. 35 degrees Celsius, it seems pretty normal. Because you think about it, like a GPU goes to like 87 degrees Celsius. So that's a huge amount down. Oh, okay. Now it seems to be working. So let me see if I can get the pin in. Oh, I think I was pressing the keyboard just on the number pad, which was disabled. Because the number pad by default is turned off. So you have to press the number pad button before it'll work. So that's on me. Okay. But I was pressing some of the other keys. Anyway, weird. Okay, so we're not getting the same error anymore. Let's check out my Asus and see if there's any other updates we need to do. I think there was a VBIOS update that it really wanted to apply as well, which is going to be important for our gaming performance tests. So let's get that going. Let's see if our... Hey, brightness is working now. Woo! Updating the BIOS. Look at that. It fixed the issue that we were running into. Go Asus with their updates. Just got to get the update utility to work properly, and boom. Yeah. Is 74% of SSD remaining life good for my laptop? Where are you getting the 74% of your SSD? Like, what is rating your SSD as only being 74% for your life of your SSD? That doesn't make any sense. SSDs can last a long time, like 10 years, probably on average, of good amount of usage. Maybe less if you're like constantly loading data or through them or something, but generally speaking, they should last a long time. The R9 7940HS variant of this TUF for battery life. Okay, so your question previously between the i7 13700H or the Ryzen 9 7940HS, that's a tough one. They're both good CPUs. I don't think you're really going wrong with either of those CPUs, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, so we're in turbo mode. We've got the down. I pressed the button. We're like loading into Windows right now. A bunch of stuff's loading in for Windows. Yeah, Adibis, that doesn't really mean anything. Maybe it means you're 74% full on your SSD. There's no really way to know for sure how long your SSD is going to last. Okay, so we're trying to apply this VBIOS. It's got this ... Of course, we got all these other applications loading in the background right now, so we're just waiting for this update to go through. This is usually the kind of thing I take care of before the live stream starts, but this surprised me because I did Windows Update, and usually Asus does all their BIOS updates through Windows Update, but the update did not go through Windows Update this time. I had to do it manually, so that's why it took me by surprise. This is definitely taking a minute to go through this. So I know we will need to open install process lasso, so we can go ahead and get that going. And while this is going on, I wonder if Armory Crate would have the VBIOS install for us as well. I'm sure their website would take care of it, but it's giving me the loading symbol here. Not sure if you can see that. It's got a loading symbol here, so I'm assuming it's gonna load if we just give it time. But I really would like to get that taken care of before we do our benchmarks, if at all possible. So we've got process lasso here. And the SSD right now in this laptop seems to be running slow. That's my interpretation of it. Like, it seems like something is really engaging the SSD, kind of bottlenecking stuff. I'm trying to open the task manager so I can see if, you know, some application is using the disk a lot. Because it's causing Windows to be very poorly responding to my inputs. It makes me want to just restart the system. You know what I mean? See if a good old reboot can help us out. Like, I can't... I can't even get task managers to turn on. Okay, there, it finally loaded. All right. There are a lot of little applications utilizing the SSD right now, but not really anything too much. There's some Microsoft Office stuff going on in the background, which is just annoying. But we are installing updates. Are you sure you want to close my Asus? No, I don't want to close your... I just want to know why it's taking so long to get the updates installed. Okay. Let's go over, while we're waiting, let's go ahead and get into our device. And in Armory Crate here, and let me show you how to control this laptop if you decide that this is a laptop you're interested in. Yeah, normally things are much more responsive than this. That's one thing I'll say. Okay. Okay, so this is the core dashboard that you need to be aware of and learn what it is. All right, so this guy will basically be a guide for you on how to tune your laptop and control it. So if you click the Windows profile, that will basically default to whatever you set in your power settings for Windows 10. I usually don't use the Windows profile pretty much at all. I will pretty much use performance or turbo or manual, unless maybe I'm like in a library or some kind of similar setting. Yeah, something is just really going funky right now on this this laptop. It's like everything is going really slow. I really want to reboot the system is what I want to do to see if that'll get everything working properly. Would you pick up this laptop over a G16 RTX 4060 with the 13650HX or no? Yes, I would buy this laptop over the Strix G16 unless you really, really want the RGB implementation of the Strix G16. Okay, so it finally got us to the point where we can use the VBIOS update tool. It's just like everything is just slow to respond to completely. Like just switching between the windows is taking multiple seconds. Okay, I just unplugged this flash drive. What? Did that, was the flash drive what was causing the problem? Wow. Everything seems to be responding normally now. I'm clicking on stuff and things are going like normal. I wonder what the heck that was. That was super weird. Okay, we've clicked on update VBIOS. Let's see if it if we can get the VBIOS to update correctly. Like, I wonder if Windows was just trying to do something with this flash drive, like run that other utility or something. I don't know. Very, very weird. Odd behavior for sure. So this is updating the VBIOS right now. Okay, it's flashing the VBIOS. Fingers crossed. 2 BIOS updates back to back. Let's see if Asus can knock it out of the park. Might be the new BIOS update that caused this. Maybe Adibis, but I'm thinking there was that USB drive. Literally, the moment I pulled that USB drive out, everything loaded instantly. Like I'm thinking Windows was trying to like do something with the flash drive and it was just like hung up on it or something, you know? Sometimes Windows, I would say it's probably a Windows problem, not this laptop specifically that was causing the issue. It looks like it finished to me. It's still got the loading bars here though, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take. All right, so Armory crate. Let's go ahead and go over this. Silent mode is basically designed for ultra low quiet gameplay, or just like you want this machine to be quiet in the office. It's going to significantly reduce your performance. Performance mode gives you like 80 to 90% of the performance as turbo. Turbo applies a small overclock. So silent mode should be very, very quiet. Performance mode will be a little bit noisy on the fans, but not too loud. Turbo mode is going to be like, and manual mode, you can tune it to either be quiet, medium, or super loud. And you can also tune the performance of the laptop quite a bit in manual mode. So if I pop over to manual mode, okay. Manual mode is not letting, it's like, appears to be locked up or something. It's not responding. Normally manual mode, there's 2 sections, one for CPU, one for GPU. Let's see if we can get Armory Crate to restart for us. It might be because we had this VBIOS update going on. As far as I know, the VBIOS update is successfully completed, so I don't know why. It's like something is going on in the background again, because I can't get the task manager to pop up. I'm thinking it might have something to do with this my Asus thing here. Man, this is very annoying to to have to deal with on the live stream. We found updates, says my Asus. Okay, so the VBIOS requires a restart. So we're ready to restart the machine. There we go. This has a full powered 4070. Yes, Harshid Brown. It has a full power 4070. It goes it'll suck as much juice as it possibly can. It's, 4070 is technically rated to go to 140 watts, but typically almost all 4070s will pull only like 100 to 120 watts on the high end. And so that's what I'm expecting, is that most of the time this is going to pull around 105 to 110 watts, somewhere in that range. So yeah. Okay. Hey, the number pad was activated that time right off the bat. I didn't have to click the numpad thing. And we rebooted very quickly. No problem. Hopefully we've got everything working and updated now, so we can move through our tests. Everything seems to be loading so much faster. Love it. Okay, so the things you need to know, this is the primary mode you need to change between: silent, performance, turbo, or manual. If we go to manual mode, maybe now we can see things. Yes, we can. Oh, updating things works. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So you can see we've got a manual fan profile curve right here. You can ramp your fans as much or as little as you want. For our testing, we're going to do max fans, which is basically just sliding all those up. And then we're going to do that for the GPU as well. And for our base boost clock, we're going to leave it at 50/100 and 25 watts for our dynamic boost, 87 degrees for our target. And then for our PL1, it's 115. We can just raise that up to 135, 135, and we'll see how that goes. For the CPU, that is very high amount of wattage for a CPU in a laptop this thin and light. Honestly, this is a very portable laptop. Okay. Very nice. Now, another thing you need to know is the GPU mode. If you go to ultimate mode, that disables the integrated GPU on the Intel CPU. This basically makes it slightly pull less wattage. It's really not a big deal, but you can no longer have good battery life when you're in GPU ultimate mode. I would never put this into GPU ultimate mode if I owned the laptop. I would just leave it in standard, because then I can use Advanced Optimus to switch between the two for better battery life, or basically 99.9% of the performance. GPU ultimate mode might help improve performance in certain titles though. Okay, so maximum fans are running right now. Let's get into 3D Mark Time Spy and test out these fan profiles and see how loud these fans can get. All right. We're gonna need to plug in our external SSD. All right. We're running all of the games and applications from the external SSD today. So everything except Cinebench R23. Looks like it's doing a quick update. Okay. So max manual mode without overclock. Well, it's going to have the default 50/100 overclock for our testing today, which is, I believe, the same overclock that turbo mode applies to the laptop. What games are we testing, Bob? Good, or boy Scoob? Good question. Here are all of the games. If you want to pause it, you can look. Apex Legends, Call of Duty Warzone 2, CSGO, God of War, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts, Dead Space, Last of Us, Dying Light 2, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Witcher 3. Those are the games that we'll be testing today. If we can get through all of them, I hope we can. We are doing Cinebench, Don. This is fan profile testing. We're going to see how loud the fans are. And then we're going to do our display test. Then we're going to do Cinebench R23. Then we're ready to get into our game testing. We're getting closer, step by step. All right, 3D Mark is loaded up now. Bingo bongo. We're going to primarily be focused on fan noise testing, okay? So that means we're going to do graphics test 2 in a window mode with a loop enabled, and we're going to run it custom. All right. We're going to turn on Afterburner. So we can see our temperatures. And I want to point out that we have the laptop raised up about a ½ inch or so because I've got the external SSD enclosure underneath the back of the laptop. This is going to slightly improve the airflow to the laptop. So just keep that in mind. All right, so it looks like we need to make our... Need to make this just a little bigger. Okay, cool. Okay, so boom, we're in manual fan mode, maximum fans. These are gonna be the best performance with the best temps, pretty much, that we're gonna see probably on the laptop. Most likely, maybe turbo mode will have slightly better performance. You can see we're pulling 102 watts right now, 112 watts, 110 watts. That's a good amount of wattage. Notice our GPU boost clock is doing 2355, 100% GPU utilization. Our GPU temps are coming up still as the system is getting heat saturated. 63 degrees on the GPU, 77 degrees on the CPU here after running it for about a minute. So that's obviously very good in my opinion. We'll have to see if these temps go up, climb up and up, but so far, if we can keep the temps below 80, hopefully we can keep them around 70, at least with max fans on. That would be fantastic. All right, so we're gonna let it keep running, right? While it's running, we're gonna go ahead and grab our decibel sound meter, and we're gonna see how loud these fans are. So maximum fans are right around 56.5 decibels. .4 decibels approximately. And zooming in on our temps, let's see how we're doing after a couple of minutes. 80 degrees on that CPU. It's getting a little bit spicy. We do have a high-powered CPU in this laptop, so I'm expecting the CPU to potentially get really hot in certain games, but we can, of course, tweak the CPU power to optimize our temperatures if we need to. Overall, GPU temperature at 71 degrees is very good. Not as good as like some of the laptops we've seen. Some of the laptops being able to do 105 watts and keep the GPU temperature like way down. Like in the 60s, at least with maximum fans. But these are good temps. These are very good temps overall. We're not anywhere close to thermal throttling on the CPU or the GPU here in maximum fan mode. 125, 116 watts up there. So we were pulling a little bit higher wattage, at least temporarily. Okay. Amator asks, or just says coil whine. I am not hearing any coil whine so far. I'm just hearing the fans. Max fans equals lower lifespan of the fans. That's a good point, Scoob. Good point, Scoob. Yes, that is important to keep in mind. I would only put it on maximum fan mode if you are actually gaming. All right. So our temps for manual fan mode 71, 72 for the GPU, 73, 74, and the CPU was bouncing between 75 to 80. Okay, let's go ahead and go to turbo mode. Now, turbo mode is going to reduce the fan noise a little bit, probably. And when it reduces the fan noise a little bit, it's probably going to ramp up the temperatures a little bit at the same time. I hear the fans going down a little. So let's see how much quieter these fans are going to get. So we went from 56 decibels, 56 and a half to 55 and a half decibels with turbo mode. Let's go and check out how the temperatures are changing. So GPU temp hitting 75. CPU temp staying right around the same, a little bit higher, creeping up into the low 80s. Okay, I saw 87 on the GPU temporarily there, or on the CPU. Again, none of these temps are even close to thermal throttling, but they're not like the best temps ever. They're still good. They're still very good. So this is in turbo mode. And yeah, right around 55 and a half decibels for turbo mode. Let's go ahead and go to performance mode. So we are now in performance mode. Let's see how our performance shifts. So our GPU TDP dropped down to 95 watts limit, it looks like. So we were bouncing around between 105 to 115-ish range most of the time. Now it looks like we're going to be capped right around 95, which is going to give us probably 80-ish, 85, maybe even 90% of the GPU performance. Our GPU boost clock went from 2300, now we're down to a little over 2000, 2100, almost 2200 there temporarily. We're bouncing around a lot on our GPU clock. But notice our temps are not actually going up right now. Our temps are actually coming down. Our CPU also dropped in wattage. We were pulling probably like 35 to 40 watts on the CPU when we were in turbo and manual mode. Now we're only doing about 20 watts, 95 watts on that GPU. And our temps are delicious at 73, 71. And we're still getting pretty good FPS here in TimeSpy, doing 53, 50, 49. That's going to be lower levels of performance for sure. But at least performance mode appears to be tuned really well to have a nice balance of fan noise and performance and temperatures. So this would be a great mode maybe to do an undervolt, GPU undervolt overclock. All right, so let's see how loud these fans are after achieving kind of a bit of a symbiosis here with the... I don't know, symbiosis is probably not the right word, but we've achieved a new acoustic balance. Let's see how loud performance mode is. "47 decibels. That is just so quiet. The fans are super, super minimal right now. Keep in mind my room decibels for if the laptop's completely quiet, the baseline is like 43 and a half decibels right now in the room. So that's only like 4 decibels higher than baseline sound. Super quiet. Let's move on to silent mode. So Here we go, silent mode now. And let's examine how our power limits shift here in silent mode. I'm expecting a big drop in performance and TDP, 55 watts. We're getting 1600 on the GPU boost clock, down from 2350 approximately, 2340 on turbo mode. Our temps are still very good. Even though the fan noise got even quieter now, I'm almost hearing the Blade 18 more than the TUF right now. Temps are very good. Our CPU is still doing around 20 watts, 25 watts right now. 18 watts. So GPU basically went down to 55 and CPU is down to 20 in silent mode. Let's see how quiet we are now. The target decibel range should be around 43.5 decibels if it was to be completely unaudible, but I'm kind of hearing it just a little bit. So let's see. 45.5 decibels for silent mode. So between silent mode and performance mode really gives you a lot more performance, only for like 2 or 3 decibels increase in sound. I'd say performance mode is the right place to be if you want an acoustically balanced gaming experience where you're getting the vast majority of power from this laptop. Okay, very nice. So there's your fan noise. Now that we have our brightness control back after the BIOS update, let's go ahead and get into our display testing and see how bright and vibrant this display is. So once again, this is all of the things we're going to do. We have done everything up here already. We are on this one. Test display brightness, though we've already done speaker test and fan noise. Once we're done with the display test, we're going to move into all of our performance testing on this laptop. And it's going to be super interesting. Can't wait to see how well this laptop performs. Okay. All right, so I'm going to need to get now that we're plugged in, I can get the Spider software set up real quick. Only takes a second. I'm surprised I haven't memorized this by now. I've had to put it in so many times. Okay, cool. All right, so the Spider 5 Elite software is set up. Let's go ahead and do our display analysis. All right, so we're doing our color gamut and brightness test. There we go. We are at 100% brightness right now. And this display looks awesome. Like, it looks very colorful and very bright. Like when I'm comparing it against the other laptops that are like around the $1,000-ish price point, this is definitely above average because it's supposedly rated to 100% sRGB for the color gamut. So I'm very curious to see what we get. All right, and we need to set the brightness all the way down to 0. Okay, checking chat while we're doing this. Brett Burke says, wow, pretty impressive. Yeah, you're talking about the thermals. I agree. The thermals on this were pretty impressive. especially for the price point, it was a great blend of performance and overall fan noise. Like you're getting a nice blend of temperatures, performance, and fan noise all in the same package. So that was really great to see. Chris says, hello, having a hard time deciding between the X14 with 4060 or the G14 with 4060. I want a more portable laptop than the Strix G15. Got you. Well, the X14 with the 4060, I have not done a detailed review unboxing of that one. I did get my hands on the X14 when I was at CES a few months ago, but I didn't get to like do detailed thermal testing and all of that. The one thing I'll tell you is that with the G14, when you undervolt that thing and optimize it the way I do in my guide that I show you how to GPU undervolt it and undervolt even the Ryzen chip, man, that thing is awesome thermally. It has great performance, and it is just it's out of this world how compact the Zephyrus G14 is and how good it is thermally, and the performance on it is just amazing for the portability and the size, and it just feels very premium to me. The Alienware laptop, my biggest concern would be the software on it. So if the software is still janky, the Alienware Command Center is still janky, I would buy the Asus G14 in a heartbeat over the Alienware X14. But I haven't tried the Alienware software in the last few months, so maybe it's had some improvements because it was very buggy and very problematic in my Alienware M16 and Alienware M18 reviews that I did a few months ago. Okay. Whew. All right, so here's our display results. 97% of sRGB. Now, keep in mind, my Spider 5 Elite actually underestimates the color gamut by like 7-8% on average. So we're actually getting above 100% sRGB coverage with this laptop compared to most other color checkers. 76 of Adobe, 76 of the P3 color gamut. Again, when you add 7 or 8% on here, you're talking around 83% of the color gamut for those two. Very, very good overall color gamut coverage for an $1,100 laptop, $1,150 laptop. Still very good for $1,400, but not as amazing as some of the deals that I talked about earlier, like the MSI Pulse 15 with 100% P3 color gamut coverage. The brightness, interesting. 275 nits brightness on the display. So we're not quite reaching 300 nits brightness. That's a little bit disappointing. I was hoping we would at least be hitting 300 nits brightness. So yeah, this thing not quite as bright, but very vibrant display. And I gotta tell you, like, when I look at the display, it seems like a 300 nit display brightness from about, or in that, at least in that ballpark. It doesn't seem like it's not vibrant enough to enjoy the content. That's probably the main thing I would say about the display. Obviously, if you're going to go outdoors, getting a laptop with a brighter display is going to be a lot better. So definitely, in terms of if this laptop had a weakness, I would say it is. If the laptop display has a weakness, I would say it is that the brightness is not quite as high as I would ideally like, which I really prefer if I can. If I'm buying a laptop, I do prefer to get like a 400 nits brightness or brighter display, if possible. Like if it's going to be for me. That's my personal preference, but that obviously costs more money. So for the $1,400 price point, this is still a very good display that certainly is above average, at least in the color gamut space, compared to a lot of the other budget laptops this year. It's at least competitive to where you feel like the display can be used for video editing, Photoshop, stuff like that, without being awful. You know, not being like noticeably like worse. And in terms of gaming and enjoying the content that you get on this laptop, it's going to be really good. Okay, it's time to move into our Cinebench R23 testing. Let's do manual mode with maximum power limits and fan noise and all of that. So get ready for the jet engine. It's going to take off here. Well, only 57 decibels is not quite jet engine level, but it's still on the louder side of laptop fan noise. Okay, so Cinebench R23, let's go ahead and open that up. The 6 gig of VRAM really kneecaps the 3060 mobile, which has great specs, decent frequency, and high core CUDA count. Yeah, the 3060. If you're doing 1080p gaming, it's still pretty good at 6 gigs of VRAM, but it's 8 gigs is definitely better at 1080. 12 gigs is definitely more like in the ideal category for 1080. Okay, so we're going to do above normal for Cinebench R23. Beautiful. And let's go ahead and get HW info open. So HW info is a utility tool that's free if you want to download it. You can use this to monitor and track your system's performance and temperatures and clock speeds and all of that. And it does integrate into the MSI Afterburner Riva Tuner interface, which can help you monitor things like voltages and whatever thing you're trying to monitor. So today, during our testing, we're going to be looking at our core counts, our temperatures, and our wattages that this i7-12700H are going to pull. And so let's start with a couple of standard tests and look at our wattages and clock speed and all of that. So right out the gate, the P cores started out at around 4.3, but now it's doing 4.1 across the P cores. Our E cores are doing 3.2, 3.3. Those are pretty good, but not necessarily amazing clock speeds. You got to keep in mind, this is a 12th gen CPU, right? Very important to keep that in mind. All right, our CPU package temp is hitting thermal throttling at 95 degrees. When it goes red here, that means that thermal throttling has been triggered. Now, our maximum wattage on the CPU was 123 watts, which is very, very high amount of wattage, higher than average. For sure, that's higher than average. We got 17,552 for our first run. Let's run it again. See what we get for our second run. We're pulling 114 watts. We're maxing out our thermal temps at 95 degrees. We did set the power sliders all the way to max in Armory Crate, right? So if we wanted to have better temps on this, it's really simple. We just set our power limits down to like 100 watts or maybe 90 watts. And we're going to see much better temps. So if you're after, if these temperatures scare you, you can obviously change these temps, but just simply by reducing the performance of the system, which is very easy to do. That said, these Intel i7 chips are designed to go for a long time at up to 99 degrees Celsius all the time. Like 100 degrees Celsius is their max thermal throttle temps. Looks like Asus has set it to be 95 in this system to throttle at 95. So you're never going to go past 95, which is going to give you a nice wiggle room from the 100 degrees. Now, if you are someone that is after the most possible CPU performance out there, then this laptop is probably not the laptop for you anyway. But for the money at $1149, if you're getting it at $1149, this is still phenomenal CPU performance for your money. Most other laptops around this price point are only going to be doing like 14 to 15,000 on the higher end for CPU performance. So 17,309 is still excellent performance for the money. Like it's really, really good. So we can do some comparison shopping. There may be some out there that are going to be better value for the money, but the big thing here is that you're getting 6 P cores and 8 E cores, which is just a lot of cores and threads for the money. And that's the key here that's going to give us a performance boost. Now, it's 12th gen, last generation technology. Like I said, the underside of the chassis really is not designed, in my opinion, to handle the like great airflow, which is kind of a downside. I'm curious how this would do if we, you know, switched it over to like the GT 500 cooler. It may do a lot better. 16,880 for our 5th run there. Let's go ahead and just give it a moment to cool down. And then we're going to go ahead and just flip into a 10-minute test to give us our throttle speed. Dun, 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 65 degrees. Once it gets down below 50, we'll go ahead and start it. The core temps are 46 right now. Okay, so there's 50. Let's go ahead and start a 10-minute test. And we'll also reset our stats here. Boom, our stats have been reset. So now we're going to develop new averages and new temps and new maximums. 118 watts for our peak so far. Let's go ahead and do a breakdown right now on the other laptops that you could potentially buy for CPU performance, with the focus on like getting the most CPU performance for your money. Okay, so going into our laptop list again. Right here, the Asus TUF. You know, this is, we estimated that it's going to be about 16,000, which we're actually doing a little bit more than that. We're actually doing, we'll have to see, but it was like actually doing like 16,000, what was it, 800? We were doing 17,000 for our initial runs, but it's going to throttle down to probably around 16,500 or something. So you can see our CPU performance per dollar is at 1462, which, as you can see, this beats almost all of the other laptops in this space, except for these really cheap ones that are $899. So it is very, very good CPU performance for your money. And if this was priced at $1399, it would just be like pretty good CPU performance for your money. At $1149, like the price that it is today, it's just unbelievable CPU performance. Not unbelievable, it's just exceptionally good CPU performance for your money. Especially considering that all these cores and threads are going to be great in esports games like Warzone. Yeah. And then for GPU performance, we'll have to see what we actually get in TimeSpy. My guys estimated that it would be 11,900 for TimeSpy. And I wouldn't be surprised if we actually bust the 12K mark in TimeSpy for this laptop. So we might actually get a little bit higher than $10 for our performance points per dollar, basically. Which is very, very good GPU performance for your money. Okay, I'm going to check chat, and we'll go ahead and go back to our test, and I'll try to answer any questions. Okay, so Job Christopher Salutan says, what do you prefer, this or the Predator Neo 16 if they have the same price? Assuming the same price and specs, they were both very good. But the Neo 16, literally for a 4050, was costing more than what this laptop costs with a 4070. And this had also a better i7 CPU. So, and I think this had a better display too than the Neo 16. So yeah, I would get the TUF F15 between those two, given the current pricings, but assuming that it's the same 4070 and same processor quality and same price, then I would say it's up to you. Because the Neo 16 does have 16:10 aspect ratio display. That's an advantage there. But I don't think you're going to see them be the same price anytime soon, most likely. Adabas says the 12700H is a monster on its own. Yeah, it's very good performance, especially for the money. 12th gen to 13th gen Intel is not even worth it. That just depends. I would say that it's a small upgrade going from an i7 12700H to an i7 13700H. Those two are not very big difference, but you jump up to the i9 13900HX CPU, that upgrade is worth it, because then you're going from 14 core 20 thread up to 24 core 32 thread, which is just a massive upgrade in terms of multi-core performance and potentially in certain games. We were also seeing just phenomenal FPS in some CPU bound games. So yeah, I would say that the i9HX versions are worth the upgrade. The H versions, not really a big difference in performance because it has the same number of cores and threads. It's just slightly faster. Does the 12700H support DDR5 4800, 5600 megahertz RAM? I'm not sure off the top of my head. Let's check. This laptop won't, I don't think, because it comes with DDR4 3200. The motherboard is probably not going to be compatible. But it says up to DDR5 4800. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be compatible inside the same motherboard or not, though, because this one is set up with DDR4 3200. But you might be able to upgrade it to DDR5 4800 depending on the motherboard. And I'm not sure off the top of my head if that's possible. Great question, though. Let me show you. Okay, there we go. So now you can see these are the specs for the i7 12700H. And you can see it does support both of these memory types, but that's going to be motherboard dependent. So you're going to want to do a little research, or you can always buy memory and return it if it's not compatible. But honestly, the performance upgrades between these two are not going to be massive, especially since the RAM that this came with was dual rank DDR4 3200 memory. So it's going to be faster DDR4 3200 as far as that memory speed goes. So I would say it's not a high priority for upgrade. Newfound Drone Production says, I just bought the MSI Katana 15 4060, 16 gigs of RAM, DDR5 RAM. Will this run VR effectively? Oh, and it's an i7. Yeah, so that Katana with a 4060, yeah, it's going to run VR for, like, say, a Quest 2 pretty dang well in most VR games. But more challenging VR games are going to struggle, especially if you're trying to max the frame rate and resolution at the same time. Because it's only got 8 gigs of VRAM, that's going to be a limiting factor because VR is very high resolution. And just certain VR games are very CPU demanding and GPU demanding. It just depends on the game. But most Quest 2 resolutions are not super high. It's only like 2000 by 2000 resolution or a little over. So it depends on how high you want to push that native resolution. But if you tune the resolution in Steam VR correctly, you should be able to play a lot of VR games, no problem at all with that. I would say probably 95% of VR games are going to run incredibly well with that laptop, with the Quest 2 resolution. But there are like those 5% of games, like Elite Dangerous is probably going to struggle unless you tweak the settings down a lot. Yeah, it just depends. You have the Pico Neo 4. Gotcha. Yeah, that one's a little bit higher resolution than the Quest 2. So, yeah, the Pico 4 is it's going to be a little bit more challenging than the Quest 2. You definitely have to fiddle with some settings to get the VR to run smoothly with the Katana 15. But most of the games should run pretty well, if I were to guess. Okay. Okay. Time to wait for 14th gen CPUs with 5000 series GPUs. I mean, if you've got a great system already right now, there's no reason to upgrade, really. If you already have a great system that plays great frame rates in all the games you want to play, that's the key that I always tell people when you're looking for a new system. Like, are you able to play the games you want to play at the frame rates you want to play? If you can, then don't upgrade. Like, there's no point. If you want to, like, say, to go to QHD resolution, though, or like use an external monitor like the one behind me, or you want to play 4K, or you want to play at higher frame rates and higher settings, that's when upgrading can be super worth it, and that's when it can be really rewarding, going to those higher frames. Especially with the 4000 series, with the frame generation, it's a really big noticeable upgrade to smoothness in those latest AAA titles in particular. Is frame gen compatible with G-Sync though? I believe it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Those animated frames are going to sync coming out with G-Sync. So Stardom says, I'm pretty satisfied with a 3070 mobile, and 5800 is but the 5800H is a gimped CPU. Yeah, in certain titles, that 5800H is really not going to put out very high frame rates. Yeah. Okay, so we're almost done with our Cinebench R23 10-minute run. We are averaging 83 degrees on the CPU core temp, 91 degrees for the CPU package. So we were not thermal throttling at 91 watts of power on average. That's a good amount of power. That's above average amount of power going through that CPU. I'm impressed overall. 3.8 gigahertz for the P cores, 2.9 gigahertz on the E cores. I wish the clock speed was a little higher. If you can undervolt this guy, you definitely could get a lot more CPU performance out of here. And in addition, I believe if you were to use a laptop cooler, you'd probably be able to get even better performance out of this CPU, because we basically were thermal throttling here and there, which was causing our power limits to drop. So yeah, we'd probably be able to bust the 17,000 mark. We got 16,939 for our Cinebench R23 score, which is better than what we estimated actually on our laptop sheet list. So let's go ahead and pop over to here and get this value updated. 16,939 is our actuals. And I don't have the link here. We'll have to add the link later. Okay, so very impressive performance for a CPU, for a 12th gen CPU. This is tuned pretty well. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. I wish we could go a little higher on our power limits. But this laptop, you know, this laptop is a fairly portable system, right? It is not very thick and beefy. It's just a little bit thicker than like a Zephyrus laptop. A little thinner than the Strix series, honestly. So I am overall very impressed with this laptop's performance for its size in the CPU category. Okay, it's time to run TimeSpy and see what kind of performance we get with this RTX 4070. All right, let's go ahead and get Steam opened again. And we can go ahead and put this back here. Slide this down here. I'm going to put this right here. All right, so we're going to run a 3D Mark TimeSpy, which is a graphical synthetic GPU test that gives us a ballpark of raw GPU potential performance. Obviously, it's not going to be a perfect indicator of GPU performance, but it's pretty good. Pretty good indicator for raw GPU performance when the game is GPU bound in particular. But of course, games can be CPU bound or memory bound, or VRAM limited. So this is not a perfect indicator of performance, just a good general guideline when you're comparing laptops. Thunder One says, how come you got way higher score than me? I've only gotten 14,635. My recommendation is to go to Armory Crate, slap it into manual mode, and raise your power limits up. That's the first thing I do. Also make sure you're fully updated on your drivers and BIOS. Okay, we are ready. Let's go ahead and run this guy. All right, I'm gonna let my dogs out real quick. I'll be right back. You wanna go outside? Okay, looks like we've done our first test successfully. Let's see how we doing on our second test. 2355 for our GPU clock. Over 110 watts to the GPU there. Our temps are excellent, 61 degrees, 69, as expected with manual fan mode. Maniac Matt says, so for the price, would this be better or the Alienware M17 R5 with the 6900H and the Radeon RX 6850 MXT that was on sale for $1199? So for $1149, I'd say this is a little better value than that Alienware because this has frame generation and this has a better CPU. But the Alienware also has a 360 hertz full HD display. You didn't mention that, but that's an important factor. It's a higher refresh rate display. The Alienware is also a lot bigger laptop. It's going to weigh like 2 pounds more than this, and it's a 17-inch display. There's a big difference. I would say both laptops are very good. Definitely different niches of laptop. I have not reviewed the Alienware M17 though, but just on specs, the Alienware M17 is very competitive with this, but if it was my money, I would definitely be buying this one if I can get it for $1149. The $1399 price point, the Alienware could be more attractive for a lot of people though. But at $1399, it's kind of a toss-up, I would say, between the two. But if you can get this for $1149, it's definitely better. 12,197, 13,021 for our CPU score. Very good scores. We busted the 12K mark, and this is without applying any kind of bigger overclock to the GPU. I'm pretty sure we could bust 12,500 if we applied an overclock and optimized this guy. Yeah, very impressive. I mean, yeah, even at $1399, I think this laptop is very good. Yeah, very good. Like this is just, it's so much value. At $1149, this thing is awesome. Highly recommended. For at least the raw synthetic test. Let's get into some actual gameplay, huh? Let's see how it does. So we're ready to start out with Apex Legends. I believe we've done everything up here. So we've already done all of these items and we're ready to move on to our game testing. So Apex Legends is first. I just want to disable Xbox Game Bar. Cool. Okay.
Son, if you're watching this, it means I'm dead.
A hero, boo boo. A hero, doodle. My doggy is looking at me. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hello. Hello. Yes. Are you gonna be a star on this live stream? Yes, you are. This is Hero Boo Boo. He is my baby boo. I love this little doggy. Yes. Okay, so we're getting woo. I'll switch the camera back. Yeah, are you awkward? Yes, you are. You are awkward. Hop into a firing range match to start with. There you go. Okay, so we are currently with high default settings. Looks like we need to change a bunch of settings here. Gameplay, auto sprint enabled. There we go. Keyboard. Okay. And we got to go to Afterburner. I forgot to set up the benchmark hotkeys. Looks like I should probably make the Afterburner image overlay a little smaller now. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. Wow, everything is so smooth. Oh my gosh. Like, this is how you're meant to play Apex Legends. It is awesome. Even on high settings. You know, like, that's the thing. Even on high settings right now, we are like cranking the frame rate. It's hitting the max, almost the max. 1% low is almost hitting our max frame rate, which means we're basically filling almost every single possible screen refresh rate frame, at least here in the shooting range. And this is on high settings. Let's go ahead and swap it over to the low settings. All right, so this is low settings. The maximum frame rate for this game is 300 FPS, and we're basically hitting it right now. So yeah, we're hitting max frame rate in Apex Legends. Like, the game artificially limits it to 300 FPS. Even if you have a 480 hertz display, you can't even use it in this game, which is so dumb. But yeah, so this thing is awesome. Let's go back to lobby and find out if we can get into a match. Okay. Chung says, I want to get the TUF 2023, but I only have the Ryzen 7940HS option. Should I wait for the i7 13700H option? No, you don't have to, Chung. Like, it's fine. You could go for you can go for that CPU. That CPU is a good CPU still. Like, you'll get better battery life with the Ryzen chip compared to the Intel one anyway. Mars says, awesome app top. Adabus, Buddy is so cute. Gamer doggo. Yes, he's a little gamer doggo. He will, sometimes when I'm gaming, he'll literally just cuddle me the whole time I'm gaming. Like if I'm sitting on the couch and he's just next to me. Adibus wants to know if I can control show the NVIDIA control panel. I missed that request earlier. Let's see here. Here is the NVIDIA control panel. So there it is. We are in GPU Ultimate mode, so it does not give us an option to switch the GPU in here. But yeah, you can see G-Sync is enabled. And those are the settings. You can see it's theoretically the max is 140 watts on this 4070, but it's never going to actually pull that typically in any gaming mode. All right, I'm going to turn the volume up and we're going to try playing for a couple minutes. And I'm going to listen to the audio. Also, Dolby Access has a setting in here I wanted to try out. It's called game mode, which distinct sound placement makes it easier to locate sounds at angles. Let's try it out. Okay, so here we are. We're landing shots. Dang, we didn't quite get the kill. We're doing crazy damage though. I can definitely hear audio separation pretty well with this laptop. I'm surprised. I'm gonna try to go help my teammate over here. Okay, we got a kill. Yeah! After all that damage, we finally got one kill. 476 damage and one kill. This is travesty. Guess this is what I get for using a scout. But yeah, this screen has no ghosting. Everything is super smooth, fluid, very responsive feeling. I feel like I can aim really, really well. Oh, I need to land like 3 more shots on that guy. Yeah, take that. Sounded so redneck. Oh yeah, now we're murdering people. Like for me as an Apex Legends player, this is like so much more fun than a laptop that has a ghosting 60 hertz or like a 144 hertz even that has a lot of ghosting on it. Since this thing has such a fast response rate, G-Sync, fast, you know, everything is good here. Like, I can't really complain. The only thing that would make this better is if it was a 240 hertz display instead of. This guy keeps throwing grenades at me like crazy. Oh, I had to reload! I got there right there. I was gonna shoot him, and then I had to reload right before Okay, all right, last life, and then we're gonna move on to the next game. I'm leading my team in damage by a large margin, by the way.
There's the void here. What's a wee singularity between friends?
This is an enemy. Ah! Oh my gosh, we're just murdering people today. Okay. I'm having too much fun right now. I mean, the scout is my weapon, so at least I could use the scout. Okay. All right. Very fun. That was great. I really enjoyed playing Apex Legends on this laptop. A++. It's only 144 hertz response rate, but still the performance was awesome. Okay. Ian Dolph says, I'll watch this whole video when I get home. Awesome. Thanks so much. Okay. LSP says, can't go back to 60 hertz after using a 120 hertz phone, and the laptop's now 240 hertz. Yeah, it's really hard for me to go back to 60 hertz. Everything just looks so like janky, you know? I don't know. Like I used to play at 60 hertz all the time. And then I tried 144 and I went, what? This is so much better? Holy crap. And then I tried 240 and I was like, yeah, this is still even a little bit better. But 144 hertz is the big gap, I think. Or at least getting to 120. If you're at least to 120, then it's good. Okay, so shaders are optimizing up here. I kind of want to let them finish optimizing. Let's see how long this takes. Chat, how's it going? Maget, does it have G-Sync? Yes, it does. I just showed you guys the NVIDIA control panel, but there's also a G-Sync sticker over here if you want to see it. But yeah, in the NVIDIA control panel, it does show that it has G-Sync. That said, I mean, G-Sync is helpful, especially when you're doing lower FPS gaming. But I don't think it's going to be very applicable for so like a lot of the higher FPS gaming. I can't really tell if G-Sync's on or not. Brett Burke, how many hours on battery should this last on light surfing? This laptop is really impressive. Might send the G16 back to Amazon. Yeah, so I would say it's hard to know exactly. It's going to really depend on how you optimize it. But I would say it's likely you're going to be able to get 8+ hours of light surfing if you're really optimized. And you're making sure like the NVIDIA GPU does not tick on at all. And you're using a power efficient Internet Explorer. That's the other key that you must have. But yeah, I'm expecting like 6 to 8 hours, 6 being like less optimized use, 8+ hours if you're very optimized. Where if you're super optimized, you might be able to push it over 10 because it is a 90 watt-hour battery. And especially if you get the Ryzen version, but with the Intel version, I'm expecting more like 8. The Ryzen version could probably go over 10. Is the frame rate locked to 144? No, in Apex Legends, we had it raised to higher than 144. I don't think we're going to hit over 144 here in Warzone 2. Shaders now are at 19%. So we're just waiting for the shaders to finish before we get into the match. It does seem to help improve performance slightly. I did let the shaders run earlier today. I don't know why. Like, I went in here and waited till they were done, and then now it's needing to be redone again. Brett says, "Gotcha. Thanks. I like the channel a lot. Lots of good info." Yeah, man. My goal is, as a reviewer, is to be as helpful as possible to everyone out there. Especially when you're making tough choices with a high value dollar item like this. Brett with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. I appreciate your support. It really does mean a lot to me. Adabis says, does this one have a liquid metal on the CPU from the factory or not? That's a great question. It doesn't say on the laptop itself. It does not say. According to Asus, right, here's their advertisement. If it has liquid metal, they're going to say it on here. It probably does not. If in the thermal section it doesn't advertise it, then it would just be normal CPU paste of some kind. Yeah. Given the fact that they're not saying that it has it, it almost for sure does not. It's going to be normal CPU paste. So you might be able to get some significant performance gains. So we're done with our shader optimization. Let's go into Battle Royale. All right. And Battle Royale solos is what we want. I did check the settings earlier, but I should probably go ahead and double check that the settings are still good. Full screen exclusive, 144 hertz. Yeah, everything's set to minimum. DLSS is on quality, and textures are set to high. My hope is that we can get at least 90 FPS across the bridge. If we're doing at least 90 FPS, then I would say that we're getting our money's worth out of this laptop, especially at $1149 price point. If it goes over 100 FPS, then that would be very impressive across the bridge. Chung says, thanks for all the videos and reviewing these laptops. Words are not enough to express my appreciation. Oh, I brought a smile to my face. Your comment. Thanks so much. Eric says, does thermal paste make much difference? I thought it would only be a few degrees. Yeah, like a good normal thermal paste versus, say, a liquid metal application usually is in the 8 to 10 degree range if it's like a good thermal paste and a good liquid metal. So it's not a huge difference, but like, imagine like our GPU temps that we were getting, CPU temps were like 73. With liquid metal, those might have been 65. So if you were to do your own liquid metal application on this, I would expect like around an 8 degree drop in temps. Probably, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, maybe 5 degrees. I don't know. It depends. It also depends on what kind of thermal paste they use, because some of them are better and worse quality. All right. So we are obviously in a very populated center of a city right now. Everyone's dropping in. It's definitely a little bit stuttery, I'm gonna be honest. Now everything's loaded in. Looks like we're getting 76, 37 for our 1% lows. Okay, now 9. Now back to 35. Goodness, it's hard to finish this guy off. Kept hitting him, hit him like 7 times. Does this allow undervolting? Usually the H CPUs do not allow undervolting. So as far as I know, no, but maybe in certain situations. I don't know. We'll see. Baka, I'm not sure what you meant there. Whoa. What is this? This is a different map than what we were doing before. So, yeah. You need to know that this is not the same map. Let's find an area we can run down. I'm pretty sure we did Battle Royale solos, right? This is what our friend at the beginning of the live stream was talking about with the Warzone update. I'm guessing this area of the map is going to be extra hard to run compared to standard, normal. So just know that you can't really compare this level of performance and FPS versus, you know, with the other. Okay, this guy had a fully automatic gun and I almost beat him in a freaking shoot off. Made him retreat. All right, we're running. We're on a race to see if we can get a good gun before we get killed. Doing 81 FPS, 43 for our 1% low. This is still very playable, honestly. Like, very good performance. Notice that we are not GPU bound. We're only doing 32 watts through the GPU. It's so CPU bound. It's ridiculous right now. If you want more FPS in this game right now, you really need a better CPU, not a GPU. I found a gun. Wow, it was so hard to find this gun. Let's see if we can go find this guy that tried killing us. There's a guy right there. Where did he go? Oh, where? There he is. Found him. Okay. Let's see if we can win our our gulag battle. Okay, I'm refreshing the FPS here in the gulag. It's really low, 1% lows. We're getting a bit of a stutter. I don't know why. Maybe our VRAM is running out. That's probably what's going on. Probably, wait, we're at 7.5 gigs of VRAM usage. We probably got to drop our VRAM, or drop our textures from high. We won our fight. Ah! Wow. All right, so our FPS is pretty struggling.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Okay, so I mean, this is a good example of the new gameplay. See if we can kill this guy, and then we'll call it. See if we can fight this guy again.
Ultra One, we're tracking.
Where'd this guy go?
Enhanced operator near your location. Stay sharp. Ultra One, the FBSA is tracking a rogue suit near your location. You'll need some heavy firepower to take him down. Ultra One, all rogue suits have exited the AO.
There's a rogue soup in my AO. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly, but I gotta say this is not. Oh, this is definitely not an ideal gaming performance in Warzone 3, Warzone 2. 61 FPS, 36 for 1% lows. I'm pretty sure we would get more FPS if we had like a more powerful 13th gen Intel or Ryzen 7000 series CPU. But that's a new map. I don't know what's going on with Warzone right now. So that'll be the best test we have for Warzone 2 right now. The FPS went down when you turned the textures down. Weird. I don't know. That's really weird. Stardom says your GPU is not even close to being utilized. What's going on? The CPU, Warzone 2 is extremely CPU bound, especially when there's lots of buildings and complex stuff in the area, lots of players around. That's why. So we're on to CSGO right here. We're on to the CSGO. But yeah, Warzone 2 had a big update today. Someone earlier in chat was talking about how it really negatively affected Warzone 2 performance. Almost all laptops and stuff are affected. So we'll have to actually do some testing with some other laptops to see what kind of performance we get with these other machines before we can really evaluate and say this is good or bad, because the next patch with Warzone 2 may optimize things to be a lot better. I know Warzone 2, there is a setting in the game INI files where you can tell it how many cores to use for multi-core rendering, and if that setting is not correct, it can really negatively affect performance. Of course, we're trying to do default settings. This is what most people are going to be using, but there may be a way to optimize the performance changing that setting. Hard to say. So Hadaba says 12700H is good enough for Warzone. I guess it was that game's fault. Probably. If I were to troubleshoot Warzone 2, I'd probably first try to make sure that the right amount of cores are being used in Warzone 2. Because it should perform better than 60. At least based on previous laptops I have tested. You know, in some areas, we were doing 80 something, right? So it might also just depend on the area you're in the game. Because that was like a new map area. Okay. But yeah, I would normally expect, based on past laptops I've tested, I was expecting closer to 90 FPS in Warzone 2, at least where we test normally. You thought the desktop was causing the fan noise? No, I just got fans on max right now. You don't really need to have fans on max with this laptop, but that's what we're doing for right now. So, CSGO, 400 to 500 FPS right now with this i7-12700H CPU, RTX 4070. Absolutely killing this game. Doing a great job pushing out high frame rates. Baka says Warzone 2 might also have gotten pushed onto the E-cores. That would be interesting if that had happened. And pretty weird if it happened too. Interesting. It seems like I'm dropping frames right now. I wonder, it's around the same time as before. I wonder if my internet might start struggling right now when everyone's getting home from work at 8 p.m. I might have to do my live streams earlier in the day. Interesting, because it's two times in a row where the live stream was perfect, and then around the same time it started messing up. So, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. I'm pretty sure. So bear with me if it starts stuttering. There will be a non-stuttering VOD put up because I am locally recording this gameplay and everything as well. Can you do Cyberpunk? We are doing Cyberpunk very soon. I think it's one of the next games. 90 FPS inside the smoke. Oh yeah, I usually check the FPS inside the smoke. I was a little distracted there, looking at my stream quality, dropping some frames. 408 FPS. 408.62 FPS. Very good CSGO performance. And Adibus was saying around 90 FPS in the smoke, which is also very good. So I believe Cyberpunk 2077 is our next game. Actually, it's God of War, but let's do God of War first and then Cyberpunk 2077. What about Fortnite? I'm not doing Fortnite anymore, at least for right now. It takes too long to install and set up because you have to require Epic Games and just trying to optimize my workflow. Graphic settings set to ultra. Display is set to 1920 by 1080. Quality DLSS. Do I test Dota 2? Dude, this laptop would crush Dota 2. Dota 2 will run just fine at like a lot of FPS. Like in the hundreds, probably. Over 100 for sure. So, yeah, like probably over 200 most likely. Okay. Okay, here we are. God of War Ultra. 1080p. 74 FPS so far. 39.1% lows. 80 degrees on the CPU, a little bit spicy on the CPU temp, but still overall very good temps. I'm curious to see if it eventually spikes over 90 if we were to stay in the game for a few minutes. Okay, so 79 FPS, 43.1% low. A 4050 getting around 55 FPS in this exact same test. 4060 getting like in the 60s. 79 is a pretty big jump, and this is performing really, really well. 70 degrees on the GPU, mid 80s on the CPU. Overall, very good for God of War. It's going to be hard to complain. This is going to be just really good gameplay and a very enjoyable experience. All right, let's move into Cyberpunk 2077. Do I test Doom Eternal? I do not test Doom Eternal currently, but I did buy it, so I'm tempted to add it to my testing regiment. Do you recommend the ROG G16 4060 with an i7 13650H? Leo, I do recommend it if you can get it at the right price. Like, it was on sale a little while ago. I think it might be on sale right now as well. If it's on sale, like $1,200 is excellent, like the insane price. If it's under $1,200, $1,300 is pretty dang good price. The full $1,450 or whatever base retail price is not an amazing price, but it's okay. Probably better to wait for it to be on sale for the Strix G16 4060. But compared to this, if you can buy this when it's on sale, like this is a better deal. So Yeah. But the Strix has better. The Strix has better overall RGB implementation and is a little more premium in some ways, like better speakers as well. And I feel like a little better cooling on the Strix too, because it has liquid metal and a third fan. So depends on what you want. Okay, we are ready. We can go ahead and run this benchmark. I need to feed my doggos because it's their dinner time. So we'll be right back. Here, I'll do some geometry. All right, so how are we doing? I just pressed the benchmark button a little bit late, but looks like our CPU temp's a bit spicy at 90 degrees, 94 degrees, 80, 90 watts to the CPU though. That's very high amount of CPU utilization. So, I mean, this is a game where your temps are only going so high because the power limit is set so high for that CPU. Wow. Okay, I can't see the amount there. Let's go ahead and just shift everything over a little bit. 105.75, so 106 FPS if we're rounding up. Very good performance. That's on ray tracing ultra, frame generation enabled, DLSS 3, DLSS on quality. And it was smooth. It didn't stutter. 95 was the highest on the CPU, I believe. That means it thermal throttled. So we did run into thermal throttling in Cinebench or in Cyberpunk 2077. If you wanted to fix that, you just go in here to Armory Crate, and in manual mode at least, you just drop this down. This wattage right here, PL1 and PL2, drop that to like 60, 70, and your temps will go way down. So, yeah. Okay, so Cyberpunk, let's go ahead and hop into our load screen so we can shoot some bad guys up. Turn on overdrive. I mean yeah, you can turn on overdrive. It's just for your display though. Where is overdrive on here? Is there an overdrive for the there? Am I missing the overdrive setting? Because I'm not seeing it here. Oh, ray tracing overdrive? Oh, gotcha. That's not what I test. I just don't have time to test it, all these different settings. Because I started testing with ray tracing on ultra. I don't think the game liked it when I alt tabbed in and out. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've got a new FPS average going right there. It is so smooth. This game is silky smooth. Ultra settings. I wish your teammate would stop jumping in front of you. So we're also going to try another setting as well. Okay, so 105 FPS, 37 for 1% low. It felt very smooth and very good to aim with. If we drop this over to just high settings with DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled. Now we're doing 170 FPS. So if you want, you can easily get to full 144 hertz just by turning off ray tracing and setting it to high settings. So that's awesome. Pretty insane levels of performance there. I see we're still dropping some frames. Okay, Hogwarts. Let's get into Hogwarts. Better pick Acer Nitro 5 3070 Ti with better screen display and higher refresh rate, or pick the TUF F15 RTX 4070. So the big difference there is you're giving up frame generation for a higher quality display. The actual GPU performance is right in line in the same ballpark of GPU performance, right around 12,000 a time spy in both of those laptops. I much prefer the build quality on the Asus TUF F15, and like the glass trackpad and just the quality of the chassis and everything is just better. But if you need better display quality, like you do video editing or Photoshop, then the Acer Nitro is probably the better option. And it saves you a few dollars, right? So yeah, I would go that route if you're after better display quality. If you're after better build quality and you want a little more future-proofing with the frame gen, then go with the TUF F15. Hello, what time is it there? Greetings from Peru. It's around 8:15 p.m. right now, our time. Okay, so Hogwarts. An awesome game that I've played all the way through. Very CPU bound and very VRAM focused. So we're going to be running the test today with ultra settings, low settings on the textures, ray tracing enabled. And our goal is hopefully to get 90 FPS, I think would be a good target. Let's see. Yuri says, hi Gizmo, the 40 series worth it for the DLSS 3 or just get the 3080 instead? The 3080 is a powerful GPU, has lots of VRAM. It's a good option if you can get it for like $1,400, $1,500. But I wouldn't spend like over $2,000 for sure. Like that would be a really bad deal. So you got to if you get a 3080, make sure it has 16 gigs of VRAM. And then yeah, you don't have frame gen, but it's still very good. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out our settings, make sure they're still correct. All ultra with textures on low. Ray tracing is enabled. DLSS enabled, frame gen enabled, uncapped frame rate. All that's correct. All right, so here we are. Let's go do our initial run through here. I just reset our FPS counter. And typically in Hogsmeade, it's almost always stuttery the first time you run through it. Notice that our GPU is not hitting 100% utilization. And our low textures are not maximizing our VRAM utilization. We have 2 extra gigs of VRAM. You could probably bump this up to medium textures then and still have good performance. But this area of Hogwarts just has a ton of NPCs. So there's a lot of stuff loading in and out. And, you know, right now we are maxing our regular RAM at 16. You really want to have 32 gigs of RAM for this game as well. So that could be causing our 1% low stutters as well. So here we go. Let's go for our run through. Now that we've done one initial run through. $63 degrees on the GPU, excellent. 80 degrees on the CPU, also very good. The power pull through on the CPU is very high at 55. Notice that. Makes sense. This is a very busy area of the map, and very CPU bound. Overall, very playable. You're going to have a lot better 1% low performance in other areas of Hogwarts. But in Hogsmeade, it's pretty much stuttery on almost all of the laptops out there, except like the 4080, 4090 with i9s. There's a handful of laptops that don't have 1% low stutters, but this is not one of them. We're definitely getting some 1% low stutters. So 8522. It's a good result overall. Yeah, you might want to try lowering some of the other settings. You might be able to get better 1% low performance on lower settings, but probably not, because it's really the NPCs that are causing that stuttering, I believe. Okay, our next game is Dead Space. Can you add frame time graph on Afterburner? Currently not doing that, Kirswan. Not a bad idea to potentially add that, though. Good suggestion. Thanks for the suggestion. Not in this live stream, though. How do you say your name? Damariscald. I have the RTX 3080 Ti with 16 gigs of VRAM and the GE77HX. I usually get around 50 to 60 FPS in Red Dead Redemption 2 with everything ultra and maxed out. Based on your user experience, is this expected for this card? Great question. Looks like we're dropping some frames still. I apologize. If it gets really bad, there's nothing I can do, unfortunately, because I believe it's just my internet. My internet's going bad, I think, because everyone's getting home and using the internet. So it depends on what resolution you're talking about. If you're talking about 4K with a 3080 Ti, then that's pretty good. If you're talking about QHD, then that's pretty meh. Full HD, obviously very bad. It really depends on all your settings, Damaris. So Full HD, yeah, something's going on there. I would make sure that you're in high performance mode. All your drivers are up to date. You should get more than 50, 60 FPS. You could also try turning DLSS on to quality in Red Dead Redemption 2 if you haven't already. It's usually off by default. Yeah, with Full HD, a 3080 Ti laptop should be getting 100 plus in Red Dead Redemption 2 typically. Would be my guess. Okay, so ultra quality preset, DLSS on quality, 1080p 144 hertz resolution. We'll hold this for like 5 to 10 seconds here. Just want to make sure you guys can see the performance right here. 95 degrees in Dead Space. Very spicy CPU temps. Very typical of Asus laptops. You can lower the power limits to get better temps in this laptop for sure and still get very similar FPS probably. I'm not going to do it because, yeah, but just know that that's what I would normally expect. Very high FPS, 96 FPS. This is definitely above average. 4050s get like 60 FPS around these settings. 4060s getting 70, 75 FPS. So it's nice to see some performance gains. We are 90% approximately for GPU utilization, which means we are CPU bound right now. So GPU utilization is really not helping us that much. Like, you really just need a more powerful CPU if you want to get higher frames. Obviously extremely playable, very good FPS here in Dead Space. Gonna have no problems enjoying this game on ultra settings. These CPU temps might be worrying to some of you out there. I don't think it's going to damage your laptop, but I would recommend, if you can, go for, we're going to start our benchmarking run. 95 FPS, 34 for our 1% lows. How is the stream quality right now, guys? I don't know how bad and how stuttery it's getting. You'll have to let me know if it gets just completely unbearable. Like I said, I think it's my internet. I have fiber internet, so it shouldn't be a problem. But there must be some kind of bottleneck happening because it's happening at the same time as yesterday. Okay, so 99 FPS, 33 for a 1% low, very typical for a 1% lows. 99 FPS is very good. Certainly a performance improvement overall compared to most of the other laptops I've tested. But yeah, we are being CPU bound largely here. And if I were to do a quick example of how you fix the temps, just go into Afterburner or Armory Crate here. Go to manual mode. You just go like this, say down to say 60 watts. We'll apply that. Let's see if it'll drop our wattage down. There it is. 60 watts now. Look at our temps. Our temps immediately came down into the 80s. And shabam. And look at our FPS. Our FPS is still about the same. Similar ballpark for our FPS. Certain games, you're just going to want to have to do this if you want to maximize your temps, right? So maximizing your temps in dead space is pretty simple with this laptop. But just this is why you kind of want to monitor your temps every now and then whenever you're trying new games. Okay, so we'll raise our power limits back up again. And it's time to hop into our next game, which is going to be Last of Us Part 1. There will be no shader optimization for this. Audio is fine. That's good. Me dogos are borking. Hero. Zeus. No. So 111 watts loading into the game right now. 95 degrees to the CPU. Jeez. Super spicy temps there. So this is another situation where if you cap your power limit, you're not going to ever bump into the 95 degree mark at max fans at least. What are the graphic card specs in this laptop? It's a RTX 4070 with 140 watt technical power limit, but realistically it's not. We're going to go to DLSS on quality. So DLSS on quality, we're going to go to our graphics settings. We're going to do ultra settings with textures set to medium. This is what I test for all the laptops. Go ahead and apply this. I know the shaders are not fully rendered. We're just going to test it with no shaders being fully optimized. It takes longer to load into the game, and expect slightly worse performance. Yeah. Oof. Yes. Okay, so how many games do we have left? We have 3 games left after this one. And then we're going to summarize everything we've discovered about the laptop. Hopefully we can keep this stream rolling without dropping too many more frames. Let me see if I can watch the playback back. I mean, it looks pretty smooth. I don't know. We'll see if it ever gets really bad. Oh, is it real? It's running? Okay, here we go. 112 FPS right now. That is really good. 101 for our 1% lows so far. Whew. Phenomenal. So you're gonna be able to do high refresh rate gaming with the 4070 in this game. And again, our CPU temps are a bit spicy, so you could drop that CPU TDP down to 60 and fix that. I just turned volume up.
That broken watch. So, it's your gift, you know? You like it?
Honey, it's
What?
nice, but I think it's stuck. It's not.
What? No. Oh, ha ha.
Where did you get the money for this?
Drugs. I sell hardcore drugs.
Oh, good. We started out with the mortgage then.
Yeah, you wish.
Okay, so yeah, you know, as a good general rule, you might want to just limit the CPU to 60 watts of power, and you know, honestly, you probably won't hardly notice any drop in performance, very little drop in performance, but you'll see a huge drop in temps. So that's probably what I would do if this was my laptop. And the graphics in this game are just so amazing. Okay, so we're no longer in the cinematic.
Get your daddy on the phone.
Uncle Tommy, what time is it?
I need to talk to your dad now. There's something.
Uncle Tommy?
It's loaded in to the normal game environment. I mean, the cinematics are the normal game environment, but this is like actual gameplay environment now. So the FPS is a little lower now.
What was that all about? Dad?
I'm gonna try to go to the same areas that I typically go to. Does this display have HDR? Not that I know of.
Daddy? Are you in here?
Seem to be somehow connected to the
Where
nationwide
the heck
pandemic.
are you?
We've received reports that victims afflicted with the infection show
It's
signs of
nearby.
increased aggression, and
Everybody out of here now. There's a gas leak. Hey,
there seems to be some commotion coming from the...
get the hell out of here, bro!
Kaboom! Okay, so right now 114 FPS, 62 for a 1% low, excellent gameplay, absolutely phenomenal. I'm gonna swap us over into the let's try performance. We're gonna try performance fan profile. All right, let's see what we get for. So we were at 114. With performance fan profile, our wattages are going to drop on the CPU and GPU by a little bit. And look at that, our temps are coming in line. Our performance is still 110. And now the fan noise is very quiet on the laptop. That is awesome. I can really hear the game now. I don't really hear the fan noise at all.
Dad?
I'm assuming you guys can hear the game audio, right? The game.
What is going on?
Even though the game audio is not very loud, it's completely overwhelming.
There's
The fan noise.
There you are.
Sarah, are you okay?
Yeah?
Very, very impressive.
No, who would come in here?
Okay, so let's go ahead and switch it back into manual mode for the rest of our testing. But I think that's a really good example of like, you can get some really quiet fans, really good performance. And this laptop is tuned really well. Okay, so next game is Dying Light 2. Let's get into it. It is stream lag, unfortunately. Ooh, it looks like it's stuttering a lot now. I'm really sorry about the stuttering, guys, but there will be a VOD of the whole live stream that'll be put up on the main channel that will have no stuttering. But I got to keep live streaming it as is for now. Have you tested Red Dead Redemption 2 benchmark on this laptop? I have not. I have not. We'll not be testing. We're not going to be testing the Red Dead Redemption 2 today, even though it is installed. Yeah, I'm going to. For now, my goal is going to be to live stream sooner in the day because I'm pretty sure after 8 o'clock, we're just going to have problems every time. $800 FPS. Yeah. 800 FPS on the main menu. It's true. Wait, it said we had to restart, but it didn't restart the game, right? We'll have to manually restart it then. The stuttering is not as bad as last night. Well, it looks like it's stuttering really badly right now. I'm pretty sure it's because all my neighbors got home and got on the Netflix and are streaming 4K video and all that stuff. I'm not going to stream that much earlier, LSP. I'm just going to stream like 2 hours earlier so I can be done by 7 o'clock. You guys are saying it's fine. That's good. I hope it stays good. Okay, so everything looks correct now. So let's go ahead and jump into the benchmark. The games are running at 1080p resolution, so 1920 by 1080. My neighbors and I don't share Wi-Fi, but we share a fiber node in the neighborhood. So that's my guess, is that the fiber node is messing up, or some kind of centralized server down the pipeline is messing up now that enough people have gotten home. That's my current guess. I don't know for sure. It could be something else. But yeah, so far at around 8:15 to 8:30 last night and tonight. It's the first time I've tried streaming this late, and it's just because the stream has become much more stuttery. Like right now it's showing a lot of dropped frames. Uzumaki Naruto says, bro, I want a laptop for coding and programming and also want to run some pretty good games. How much should my budget be? This is a great laptop for that exact purpose. You got a number pad with coding. You got a great keyboard, a great all-around package. The only thing is you might want to go to a QHD resolution for text. But if you're okay with 1080p resolution, this is a great laptop for that. And it's gonna be good. So our temps are phenomenal. 67 degrees on the GPU, 82 on the CPU, 4.4 gigahertz, 60 watts of power to the CPU, 121 FPS average so far, currently doing 140 FPS. Yeah, you're gonna be able to basically maximize your FPS on this laptop almost to the full 144 hertz resolution or refresh rate. Currently choosing between the Katana 15, 4070 TUF F15, 4060, and Asus A15 4070. What would you get? Ooh. Probably one of the two Asus laptops because I value display quality. If you don't value display quality as much, then you could go with the other ones. 125.9 FPS, 126 FPS in Dying Light 2. That is very good. Very, very good. Okay. Next game, I believe, is Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Warzone made this laptop look weak at the beginning. Yeah, well, like we said, there was a big Warzone update. You can't really focus on that. So, exclusive full screen, highest settings, ray tracing on Ultra. 144 hertz refresh rate. Let's go. All right, so displaying graphics. All of this looks correct still. Cool, let's hop into it. Okay, so, wow. It's really pushing the CPU a lot here. 80 degrees to the CPU, 84, 62 watts to the CPU. We were almost pushing over 90 degrees for a little bit there and a higher wattage, but it came down a little bit. 92 watts to the GPU. We're not quite 100% GPU saturated, but we're pretty close. 96, 98% GPU utilization, 123 FPS so far. Again, high refresh rate gaming on ultra settings with ray tracing enabled. I mean, that's pretty freaking awesome. For coding, get one of those monitors you can turn vertically. That's a good idea. You probably don't want it to be too long, just like almost like a normal monitor you just turn vertically. Because when it goes vertical, like it gets really tall looking. But you could get like a 16:9 aspect ratio and turn it vertically. And then if it's easy to flip it to turn it horizontal because of the mount, then that's good. Ever degrees. OSD for CPU temps and clock speed not popping up for Blade 14 4070 with MSI Afterburner. Is that normal for Razer blades? Any tips? First of all, get the latest version of Afterburner. You probably have an older version of Afterburner. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. The second thing you can do is if it's still not popping up into the overlay, you can use HWinfo64 and you just double click on any of the categories and then check show in RSS overlay. Check that little box and then it'll pop up into the overlay so you can see like temperatures or anything that's missing. Yeah. So very good performance in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, 71 degrees on the GPU, 89 on the CPU. Getting a little spicy on that CPU, but not bad. Okay, 95 now. So yeah, this is another example. Like, I'd probably just limit the CPU down to like 60 watts of power, and you're not going to have any bad CPU temps anymore, at least with max fans. Or you could just, or you could just do like performance or turbofan modes, and you'll be good as well then. Honestly, I had this laptop. I'd probably just keep it in performance mode all the time, and then use GPU undervolt overclocking to get the GPU to go to 2340 when at a lower wattage voltage, and you get phenomenal performance, while at the same time getting great temps and fan noise and all of that. Okay, 127 FPS. High refresh rate gaming, no problem with Shadow of the Tomb Raider on this laptop. All right, Witcher 3, let's go. So, ray tracing ultra preset, then we're going to do DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled, 1080p full screen. Let's go ahead and load into the right match area. There it is. What day will you do the live for the Blade 14 4070 unboxing? Soon. I'm thinking Friday, probably. So in 2 days is my plan, probably. That would be my most likely guess. Okay, so keep in mind, right now we are on ultra settings, ray tracing enabled. All right, frame generation, and would you see that we were doing 300 FPS? I'm just kidding. So F4D Grace, thanks again for the $2 additional super chat. I appreciate it, man. Man or woman, whatever you be. All right. So here we go. 83 FPS right now, 61 for our 1% low. We're hitting 99% GPU utilization. That's excellent. Very, very good. 98 watts, 99 watts of power to the GPU. Wow, we didn't dive into the water at that time. That's a little different. Over 100 watts of power to the GPU. One of the few games we're actually seeing push over 100 watts of power to the GPU. It's very, very good. Temps are still great. Overall, the CPU and GPU temps are great. Not thermal throttling on the CPU in this game. I wish the CPU was a little bit lower. I'd prefer under 80 degrees if we could. So there is our result, 99 FPS, 72 for a 1% low. That's extremely good for a 1% low. If we were to just go into settings and say, go to graphics and just flip ray tracing to off, which is probably how I would actually recommend it with this game. Like I'm playing on my Blade 18 right now, The Witcher 3, like I'm playing through the whole story. I'm like most of the way through now, I think, or like at least over halfway. And I disabled ray tracing because it looks weird in certain scenes, causes some visual artifacting and glitching. 166 FPS, 120 for a 1% low now. So now we're doing a high refresh rate gaming in The Witcher 3, just disabling ray tracing. Boom. Freaking awesome sauce. It looks super smooth to play this game right now. To my eyes, you guys can't see how smooth it is on the stream, of course, but just really, really phenomenal. All right, so let's go ahead and exit. It's time to do a summary of everything we have found out about this laptop. Okay, so let me get this to the side. Get the light turned back on. And here we go. Are you ready? Okay, so the Asus TUF F15 is a phenomenal gaming laptop at $1,400. It's very good value. Even at $1,400, it's good value. At $1,149, it's extremely good value. You're getting frame gen support. You're getting over 12,000 in Time Spy. You're getting like right around 17,000 in Cinebench R23. You're getting great performance in every single game we tested. We had high CPU temps in Dead Space, in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, a handful of games. We can fix that simply by going into Armory Crate and lowering our TDP, or by switching to one of the other power profiles, performance or turbo mode, which is going to limit the CPU wattage down to a lower wattage and not really hurt the performance too much. Okay, so let's talk about each category. Unboxing the laptop. The laptop is a decent unboxing experience, but it's nothing special. Okay, it's kind of a budget, basic unboxing experience. The power adapter is decent cord length, and it's 240 watts. You can use USB-C power charging up to 100 watts to power this with a more portable USB-C charger. Everyday Gas wants to know what's the benchmark numbers in Cyberpunk. I believe it was 105 FPS at 1080p ultra ray tracing settings, and like 170, I believe, with when we disabled ray tracing, went to high settings. So very, very good. Okay. Quality control on this laptop was very good. Flex test was very good. We've got a metal lid on here. It's a very rigid feel to this laptop. It is plasticky build, but it feels like the high quality type of plastic, which is better, I think, than the Acer Nitro series, the Lenovo IdeaPad series. It feels like a more premium product overall. Single zone RGB backlight on the keyboard. I'd probably just set this to white and forget about it. That's what I would do, because I much prefer that. I don't really like this multicolor thing it's got going on. Kind of reduces the style unless it's a per key RGB, in my opinion. Speakers were not amazing. It's like I think we rated it as 7.6 overall. Decent volume, decent bass, but the clarity can get muddled and all of that. But at least the acoustics on this laptop are very good with the fan noise. Only 45 decibels in performance mode, in silent mode. Performance mode was like 47 decibels, and performance mode was basically 90+% of the total overall performance on this machine, which is phenomenal. So you can have really high FPS gaming, a quiet laptop that has pretty dang good temps, and it's not going to make that much noise, and then you're going to be able to hear the game over the speakers pretty dang well. And the spatial audio was pretty good with Dolby Atmos. We did test that with Warzone and Apex Legends, so we tested the spatial audio, and it was better than average. Not quite as good as the Razer series, but it was better than average. The webcam was not very good quality. It's below average webcam quality. Definitely could be an improved, a place for Asus to potentially improve this laptop. The ports on this, Thunderbolt 4 support, so you can use an external eGPU enclosure or Thunderbolt docks. I love that. The keyboard has a great layout with great functionality and good backlighting. The touchpad is a glass touchpad, which is another level of premium quality that you're not going to get in a lot of the other $1,150 laptops. So it's nice to see that, and it's got a decent click. I like the feel. The display was not as bright as I was hoping for. 274 nits brightness is not as bright as you'd ideally want when you're spending $1,400. At $1,149 though, that's pretty good. It's decent. And the actual color gamut and contrast on the display was very good. Close to 100% sRGB, if not more than 100% sRGB. And I believe it was around in the mid 80s for Adobe and P3 color gamuts, which is pretty great overall. 144 hertz refresh rate on this with advanced Optimus and G-Sync support, which is great. The battery life on this is likely to be in the 6 to 8 hour range, depending on how you optimize it. Might be able to push beyond 8 hours if you optimize it really, really well with a great browser that's very low power requirements. Cinebench R23, 17,000. Time Spy, 12,200 approximately for the GPU score. Really great scores for an $50 laptop. And if this thing is not on sale, you can wait for it to go back on sale. I guarantee this thing will go back on sale again at some point. Black Friday will definitely go down to $1150 again, most likely. Not guaranteed, but I would say very, very likely. Maybe even a little lower, maybe even $1,100 during Black Friday. I don't know. But this is the cheapest RTX 4070 I've seen, or pretty close to it, while still having all of the core components that make a laptop great. Obviously, the CPU temp's getting a little spicy, needs a little tweaking a little bit in certain power modes. The speakers not being that good, webcam being not that good, but a lot of gamers are not going to care about those things. They care primarily about the display color gamut and the GPU performance and whether the laptop feels like it's going to fall apart. And this thing feels nice. Like, I feel like this thing is going to last 5-7 years, no problem. Most likely. No way to know for sure, right? Maybe it's going to go out in 6 months, but most likely I think this thing's going to last a long time and make a lot of people very happy. Yeah, I mean, if you want a better laptop, there are better laptops out there that have better refresh rate, better color gamut, higher brightness display, higher levels of performance. But when you're talking about CPU performance, GPU performance, and display color gamut for the money, this is an excellent overall choice. There are other good choices out there, and there are other laptops that have better display color gamut around the same price point. I talked about them at the beginning of the live stream during the top deal section. So go back and check that out if you're trying to search for a similar-ish laptop that has other specs like better display quality. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Warzone 2, we had underperforming levels of performance. There was a new update in Warzone 2, changed the map. We needed more testing. It was weird. So we're only getting it was like 82 FPS in certain areas. That's what I was close to what I was expecting for this laptop. Other areas we're only getting like 59 to 60 something, like high 50s, low 60s for the FPS, and it was stuttering a decent amount, and the VRAM was being completely eaten up. So maybe we got to turn the textures on low and reload everything. I don't know. It was odd performance. And I would say that the Warzone 2 would need a retesting, or maybe look for a patch update for Warzone 2. And hopefully we'll see better performance. But I'm expecting closer to 90 FPS in that game with this laptop and the specs we have here. So, yeah. Can a 140 watt power bank fully power this laptop in gaming? Most likely, if you're doing like silent mode or maybe performance mode, if you GPU power limit and CPU power limit, you should be able to still get some pretty dang good performance. I believe this is only 100 watts of power delivery though, and I have not tested it. So at some point, maybe that would be a great live stream, doing a benchmarking run with some power delivery to some of these laptops to see what kind of performance you can get on a USB-C charger, because I believe the power delivery can be more spotty depending on how everything is set up, and it may not be like perfect gaming performance with a USB-C. But thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Okay. Okay. I believe Effort to Grass, that was the new super chat you were asking, right? The about the 140 watt power bank. Okay, I think that covers everything. Oh, for disassembly, taking the laptop apart and upgradability, we have an extra SSD slot in this laptop. I love that. The RAM are swappable. 16 gigs are included though, and they're good quality RAM. Probably don't need to upgrade that unless you want to go to 32 gigs. Well, that's totally fine. You can do that. But yeah, everything's upgradable. I think double-sided SSDs are likely going to fit in this laptop, no problem as well. So that's also a double thumbs up. And taking the laptop apart is pretty easy because you have the pop-up screw in the right corner, which makes it easy to pry the laptop apart. So it was very quick. Can I press the space bar button a couple times, just checking to fix if they fixed the clacky? That's what it sounds like. I'm pressing it really hard, pressing it softly. I don't know. Okay. Wonder if it's possible to test 100 watt power delivery with 4080 and 4090 laptops. That's also a very interesting question. Yeah, that could be a whole live stream testing all that out, because a lot of you guys are probably very curious about, can you game? Can you like take that to college and game on it with a USB-C charger, which is a lot more portable than the full-size power bricks. Okay. That's it for the live stream. Thank you so much to everyone who asked all the questions and hopped on the live stream. Please drop a like on the live stream, and a full VOD will be included on the main channel sometime soon in the next few days. So that way there will be no stuttering and all of that for anyone that's, if the live stream VOD has any stuttering, the main video will be based on a local recording that will have no stuttering. So yeah, thank you so much.